Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the March 21st regular meeting of the Morro Bay Planning Commission. Let the record reflect that all members are present and the meeting is called to order. And if you would please join us for a moment of silence. Thank you very much. And if you'll rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Very good. This is a time we have set aside for Planning Commissioner announcements. Are there any announcements this evening?
Yes. This Friday at 7 o'clock at the old elementary school, the Shoreline, it's a bell tower building there on Beach in Monterey. They're going to have the Tabor Choir, and they're supposed to be really, really good. And it's a free concert and free refreshments for everybody to just come in and check it out. Listen to some good voices. Thank you.
Sounds like a nice community event. Anyone else? No. Okay, then we will move on to public comment period. This is our sort of general public comment period, set aside generally for items that are not on the agenda tonight. So if anyone would like to address the commission at this point, please come forward. We'd love to hear from you. Then seeing none, we will move on to our consent calendar, which tonight contains only the current and advanced planning processing list. Are there any comments, questions, issues with the planning list? Then do we have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Move we approve.
I'll second.
We have a motion, second. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Moving right along then to public hearings. Our first public hearing tonight is item number B1, which is case CP0-529 and UP0-464 at 2654 Greenwood Street. And I believe we have a request for continuance on this item.
We do have a request for continuance on that item. When we got ready to, we noticed it, and then when we were going through the review process on it, we had thought they were keeping the residents, based on previous discussions, under 1,000 square feet, but once they made the addition, it was going to be over and required 2 enclosed parking spaces, and therefore another one of those non-conforming houses that we have in town, and would have needed a parking exception, but we didn't notice it for a parking exception, so we have to continue it to the next meeting so that we can do so.
Very well. So this is are there any questions for staff on the report? This is a public hearing, so if there's anyone who would like to speak to item B1, please, this would be the time to do it. Okay, seeing none, then we will close public comment, bring it back to commission. Do we have a motion to continue item number B1 or otherwise?
I'll move that we continue that.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second on the table. Is there any discussion? Then all in favor of continuing item B1 to the, could I ask you to amend your motion to continue to the April 4th, 2017 meeting, Joe?
Yes. Okay. So I move that we continue this to the April 17th meeting?
April 4th.
April 4th.
They're recommending. Second amended. So then we have a motion and a second to continue to the April 4th, 2017 Planning Commission meeting. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. We're very agreeable tonight. Okay, moving on then, our next item is item number B2, case number CP0-535 and UP0-465. And this is a project located at 462 Arbutus Avenue. I'm sorry to report that the staff contact, Joan Gargiulo, is ill this evening, and so our Community Development Director, Scott Graham, is going to fill in.
Thank you, Chair Teft. I'll see if I can't get us through this one. So you have an application this evening for an addition to a non-conforming residence located at 462 Arbutus. The addition involves a 392 square foot addition to an existing single-family residence. You can see on the overhead there that the location of the residence is in an R1 single-family residential neighborhood. The thing that makes it non-conforming is that it has non-conforming existing portion of the structure at the back, which was a standalone garage with some conditioned space in it as well. Has non-conforming setbacks of 4'10" where 5 is required and 2'7" where 10 foot is required. The addition to this structure is conforming and serves to connect an existing standalone single-family residence with a detached garage in the rear. So you see on the, I don't know if this is, so you have the main residence in the front there and then the detached garage at the rear. This residence also has kind of an interesting thing in that it has what looks like a garage door there, but it's a covered carport. This was an approved feature to the residence that you drive through to get to the rear garage. So it's a little bit odd from a design standpoint. And these are the existing floor plans. So you have here's the, that's not working. Works any better? Well, barely. Okay, so here's that carport structure that has the garage door in front of it. So the driveway would be in this location, so you would drive through underneath there to access the garage in the rear. And then there's some conditioned space back here in a bathroom. And then this area here is open. Moving on to the next slide, I think this shows the existing second floor. And there's no second floor on the garage at the rear. The plan is to connect the two structures here with the approximately 92 square foot addition to create a two-car garage in the front, so you don't have that funky kind of situation where you're driving underneath a carport that sort of looks like a single-car garage. And then they're converting the area in the back also to habitable square footage and connecting it all as part of one single-family home. This is the upstairs plan that's being remodeled into living space and dining area and kitchen. And again, the structure at the rear remains single-story. Some renderings of the structure. This is what it would look like facing the street. Again, now you have a two-car garage door and full garage where you had a single car with garage door there, but it was really an approved carport. Then you have the rear elevation to the structure, the front building here, the front portion of it. Well, that's actually, sorry, it's a mistake. So you have the front portion of it here and the rear portion of it remains single story like I was mentioning before. Elevations on the side, both north and south elevations. The south elevation creates sort of a courtyard effect. Again, another rendering three-dimensionally of the project. Has a deck, a raised deck at the edge. Notice there as well. That's essentially the project in a nutshell. Staff is recommending approval of the project as proposed and as conditioned, and staff is recommending approval of Resolution 09-17. I'd be happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Are there any questions for staff? Yeah.
Scott, what's our threshold for having to improve all the bounds? If someone goes past 50%, do we have a threshold there where you have to meet all the perimeter conditions?
No, I mean, we have what rules here is our non-conforming ordinance. Our non-conforming ordinance simply says that you can expand non-conforming structures. And so as long as the expansion is conforming, they're not doing, major reconstruction of those rear portions. They are remodeling them, but keeping the basic footprints, walls and structure, and they're redoing them. So we don't have any requirement that says you have to bring them up at this point. In fact, our code's a little light on specific description there. I think sort of leaving it to staff to deal with on a case-by-case basis somewhat. I would imagine we'd probably get into that discussion if we were moving walls, redoing foundations, and those types of things, because at that point, removing and reconstructing walls, because you'd really be putting a new structure there. And when you start getting into that realm, you're probably doing major reconstruction at that point, and we would say, now you have to comply with current setback requirements.
And the code, building code officials don't have a problem with the less than 3 foot setback back there in terms of fire
The code
ratings?
can accommodate it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Scott, so make sure I got the understanding correct, yeah? The garage is going to be converted to a bunch of rooms, right?
So a portion of that garage that was at the rear here, let's back up. So in its detached, configuration as it sits there today, you have there we go. You have the garage portion at the rear there, and then this is sort of a conditioned space that has a bathroom in it and something else and kind of open area. And I think at one point it may have actually been rented out as a separate studio unit, although that's not the intent of the owners moving forward now. It's just to incorporate it all into the house. But there was some indication that was the case. And I forgot to mention that I did pass out that correspondence from the rear neighbor, and they're not in favor of conversion of the area at the back to living or habitable space.
And that's a better way to put it. The code and anything in that you're aware of doesn't have a certain percentage or a certain requirement that says, hey, if you're converting like a garage or something that's going to be a total different use,
our code doesn't really weigh into that.
Okay.
I've seen. And maybe our update to the zoning code will speak specifically to that. I mean, that's something that could be put in there. I don't know that was one of the things on the list that we'll talk about later, but maybe something we might want to add into it for consideration. I've certainly seen ordinances that do that. Ours does not, and so it just simply identifies that we identifying that it's non-conforming. You're allowed to keep non-conforming things if you go through the process that we're going through here, and so it's before you this evening for the addition.
Thank you.
If the existing garage were moved up in the property so that you have the adequate setback at the rear of the property, would that violate any zoning conditions in terms of having access to the garage through the turnaround spaces and the like?
Well, so this area back here is being converted to habitable living space.
Right.
So they're getting rid of the garage and they're moving the garage. Essentially, they're moving it up here. So you have a conforming garage that
never mind.
setback requirements and so forth.
You're absolutely right. I apologize.
No problem.
So Scott, that studio space, as far as we know, would not have been allowed at the time of construction at a 2.7 setback, correct? The setback was always 10 feet there for habitable area?
The plans indicated that there was space here used for, I think it even had a bathroom in it, and was used as, I think, like storage space or a workshop type area or ancillary room. Really is basically what it was approved as. But it was on the plans as an area that they could use for something other than parking cars in.
So as far as
it just wasn't a secondary dwelling unit or something specifically in the approvals. I guess I would say that.
so the original plans was there. When was the original plans? When was it built?
I apologize, I don't recall the date on that.
Okay. Do you know if the original plan showed that as a habitable area or as storage? It would be a huge difference.
It showed it and why I was sort of having a hard time with it is the plan showed it as some type of use area. Like I said, it could have been, I think they wrote studio on it or whatever, but it might have been like a shop type thing, or could have actually been like an art studio type thing or whatever. That it was something along those lines that was on the plan. So it was intended to be used for something that was, again, ancillary to a single-family home. It just happened to be detached, and I suppose it's because they had the space to do it. I don't know.
But if it was considered habitable area at the time, the setback hasn't changed. The required setback hasn't changed since the original zoning in that area, has it?
I just don't remember when the garage was put there. I just remember seeing some correspondence in the file that Joan had showed me that reflected,
Okay, maybe
this
the applicant-
configuration.
Maybe the applicant knows. I think that's a critical point, is if it was allowed at the time, then that would be different than if it was not allowed at the time and was converted without a permit to a habitable area. So, okay, thank you.
So, Scott, correct me if I'm wrong, but is the required setback for a detached garage not different from living space?
Yeah, detached garages in R1 can be. Yeah, detached garages can be 1 foot off the rear property line.
That was
This was not just a garage, though. I mean, it wasn't approved as just a garage. It always had, stuff over here to be used, so it wasn't just the garage.
right. But I mean, we have certainly seen things coming through the Planning Commission labeled as garages that had storage areas in them, that had washer dryers in them, that had, you know what I'm saying? So I guess it depends on how much living is required to make it no longer a detached garage.
Yeah, the code doesn't speak to that.
No. And I guess the point, the reason that I'm asking that question and the reason that it could be significant is if this were to be considered a detached garage, then what we would have is a situation here where it's being proposed to convert a conforming use to a non-conforming use.
I'm not sure that I would characterize it. Okay, so the use is associated with a single-family home. It's not going to be a non-conforming use. Whether you want to say that was the garage and then the requirement and how it ended up here at this location was because it was a garage and it was allowed to have the 1 foot setback or whatever, or be a minimum 1 foot. That's fine, but it's not technically a non-conforming use. The use for this location is single family, and this is a single family use. But the setback issue, I mean, like if you went down that road, that's certainly, something that the Planning Commission can take into consideration.
Well, but to be more clear, if this were considered originally a garage, okay, with extra space in it, for whatever, working on the car or whatever, and it's now being proposed to be converted to bedrooms, then the setbacks, which are currently conforming, would become non-conforming as a result of that conversion. The use is still conforming, but the setbacks would go from conforming to non-conforming under that interpretation.
Yeah, maybe, and so maybe the applicant has some history on this that would be helpful for the discussion, I think.
Yeah. So are there any more, if there are no more questions for staff, then we will open public comment, and we'd be happy to do that. Normally, we afford the applicant or applicant's representative the opportunity to speak first if you would like to, so.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Bob Kreiser, and we've been working with this client to try to get them a functional space that meets their family's needs while still trying to operate within the guidelines that have been established, and we believe this project does meet that. One of the things that we tried to work with the client on, and this plan shows that, is that we do have a non-conforming rear yard setback behind what was previously a garage, studio / laundry bathroom, that we have a non-conforming rear setback. We also have an extra setback to the north side of that particular building, and I was able to work with the client to be sure that we maintain that setback on the area that we're adding so that we offer a little bit back, and it would be acceptable to be a condition that we don't get to increase our development into that area. As I tried to get some space back that was lost by the nonconformance. It doesn't really meet any of your guidelines, but it was an effort to step towards keeping some of the site uncovered that would normally have been uncovered. So that's something the client was willing to work with instead of expanding the new project out to the largest potential, and we've been able to hold that back. Other than that, it's all pretty straightforward on the plan, what they're trying to do. They, at one point where it says office that's being added between the two existing structures, they were working towards a two-story, and we worked with them to develop something that wasn't so obtrusive in that area, and so we've been able to hold that to a one-story project. And other than that, if you have any specific questions, I'd be happy to answer them, if I can.
Thank you. We'll hold our questions until the end of the public comment period.
Very good.
Anyone else who would like to speak to this project?
Hello, my name is Vicki McKay, and did you receive copies of my letter and my drawing?
We did.
Okay, great. So I live at 453 Arcadia, which is just behind 462 Arbutus. My husband Bob and I bought our house 32 years ago, and I know the history on the garage and the buildings in the front, if you wanted to ask me questions later. I'm planning on living in our house for another 32 years. I was going to just read my letter so everybody could hear it. I have concerns regarding the plans for 462 Arbutus. I live directly behind this property at 453 Arcadia. The current rear setback of the existing building at 462 Arbutus is 2 feet 7 inches from the property line, whereas the setback requirements is 10 feet, as set forth in Section 17.24.040 of the Morro Bay Municipal Code. I'd request that this 10-foot requirement be implemented in conformance with the code prior to any construction or remodeling at 462 Arbutus. The reasons for this request is that there's currently only 7.5 feet between the rear wall of the garage at 462 and the rear wall of my house at 453 Arcadia. My house was built in 1953, and therefore the house setback is 4.8 from the fence feet. When the setback to 462 Arbutus is to code, the space between the houses would be 14.75 feet, which is double of the current space. I think that both parties would be glad in the end to adhering to the 10-foot setback due to the privacy issues. The current garage at 462 has no windows on its rear wall. Reviewing the new plans for the current garage will be 4 windows and a door with panels, window panels for the exterior door, 2 bathrooms, and a bedroom. My house has 2 bathrooms, 2 bedrooms on my rear wall. I have clear windows in all of these rooms. When the windows and doors of our houses are open, we'll be able to hear everything that is taking place in each of our houses, and also look directly into each other's rooms at close range. It really would behoove both houses if the setback were to be even wider than the 10 feet at 462 Arbutus for an even greater level of privacy, although just adhering to the code make a very great difference. Also, there is a great difference between a garage and changing that into living space. I agree that considerable reconstruction of the current structure or garage would be necessary to make the 10-foot setback, but it is only a garage with a concrete pad and wooden walls, and it would be gutted to complete the changes in the new plans for 462 Arbutus. I feel that the long-term privacy benefits well outweigh the construction issues needed to bring the setback to code. This was not submitted within 8 days prior to the Planning Commission meeting because for various reasons I did not get a chance to look at the plans until last Thursday and to truly understand what the project entails. And because I drew my little picture, you don't need to come by and see my house, but you can at any time whatsoever. So if you have any questions regarding the front property, I'd be happy to answer historically what has happened over the last 32 years. No questions?
Thank you very much. We'll
You're
hold
welcome.
our questions till the end.
Okay, thank you very much.
My name is Bob McKay. I'm her husband. I've been living there for 32 years also. And it's been a very nice place to live. If you want to get an idea of this space, there was actually a slide that came up early on where they showed the overall view from above. You can see the distance between the two houses. So what we end up with is 7 feet. I measured it. It's actually 89 inches between the two buildings. 7 feet is this much distance. Bathroom to bathroom, bedroom to bedroom. When Maury was living there, the people who built that house lived in that place while they were building the front house. We could hear their television set. We could hear their conversations. We should hear the toilet flush. So the distances between the houses are just too close. So once again, like my wife, I know a lot about it. If you have any questions, I'm available. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else who would like to speak to item B2? All right, then, are there questions for the applicant or questions for any members of the public before we close public comment?
I would just like to get I'd like to get a time frame on when the properties were built and how the spaces were used at the time of construction. So whoever has that knowledge.
Make it help. Our home at 453 Arcadia was built in 1953, and the configuration is pretty much what it was then. Since then, about 15 years ago, we added a bathroom in the back and added a room in the front, so the configuration is pretty much what it was. When we first moved in 1985, there was an old house on the place that was full of termites, and the fellow built lived in that. In 1986, he built the garage, and then he lived in it once again to build the house out front, and then they moved into the house out front. Over the years, there's been many owners of that place, and there have been good ones and bad ones. Most of them, well, I guess I could go into the litany of problems that we have had with that thing, but I guess I won't. There's a lot of noise and a lot of trouble. I'd love to have some good neighbors, but anyway, that's the timeline. Any questions?
Thank you. I just have one question for the architect. We have two sets of plans. One of them shows a bedroom with no closet. That's bedroom number one. And the other one shows a closet in bedroom number one. Could you clarify which is correct?
As mentioned, we went through quite a few renditions of this project and from multiple different options. The one with no bedroom is the one that, the no closet is the one that was submitted. That is, in fact, what they intend to do. Why they were okay with a bedroom with no closet is up to them, but they did approve the plan. So that is what has been proposed. So,
Thank you.
so the one that with no closet is the...
Okay, thank you. If there are no other questions,
I'm sorry, Bob. Sorry to make you jump up and down.
I need the exercise.
Okay. On the deck extension, you have one, you've got a rendering that shows post holding the cantilever up, and on other renderings, you show it being cantilevered with no posts. Which is the true?
We have removed the posts.
You've removed
Yes.
the posts.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. There will be no posts on there. And I see both renderings. Yeah.
Okay. And then on your materials, it didn't really, I had a problem figuring what was stucco and what was cladding. You've got white batten board, and so the 2 stories white batten board, the little connector is the gold stucco, and then the back is then the garage, existing garage is the white stucco.
Correct.
Is that it? Okay, and the roof material is asphalt 3-tab. Is that it?
Yes, asphalt 3-tab.
Okay, great. Thank you for clarifying.
So if there are no further questions, then I will close public comment, bring it back to the commission for discussion. Let's pick on Richard tonight. We haven't picked on you in a long time.
You've been really nice to me for a long time. I have a problem with this project for a couple reasons, okay? And if I could say a little story first. There's on the, let's see, the north side, I guess, or let's see, that'll be the south side, there's a chimney, okay? Now, years ago, when I worked at Cayucas, we would have to review these projects that encroach on easements, and they would get these aerial easements for any kind of encroachments, like a balcony that went over up to a property line. And I really think that when people build a house, they try to maximize the square footage, and a lot of times they'll pop out their fireplaces, but that fireplace, if you look at that fireplace, is right on the edge of the property line. It just eats up these setbacks. And it doesn't seem like a big deal, but it's not good practice. I personally don't like that at all, because when people that live next door, especially if it's a 1-story unit, you got this thing right in your face. The other issue is that so there's that setback, and then the setback in the back. I really feel that we are setting a bad example if we change, because to me it looks like a change in use, okay? And when we're going from a garage and if the guy that built it used it and put in a bathroom so you can live there and build it, whatever, but at the end of the day it was a garage, and now we're going to put in bedrooms and stuff, especially when we look at the neighborhood and the neighborhood compatibility of it, and some of the older homes which would have different codes to set back to. I feel that a project, when we do these kind of projects, we should try to at least make a attempt to get it closer to conforming in the setbacks. And I'd like to hear some more from my commission, but that's it for now.
Very good. Michael?
I know the builder as a good builder and a nice man, so I'll preface that. I do have some issues that with this amount of construction, I'm glad to hear you thought about considering the second floor above the office. It would strike me that there may be certain construction advantages to using the footprint, but I'm usually one of the people that would advocate for density in our neighborhoods. But I think the rear is problematic, especially as a something where we know both neighbors have habitable space there. If I look at the plan, it seems like the one-bedroom width would allow for development of the master bedroom suite within a narrower confine. You may have to move the other 2 bedrooms and one of the bath or the master suite upstairs again. So I want to hear my fellow commissioners about that, but I'm concerned, given the amount of construction going on here, that so much is being invested in the difficult lot issue. I also think there's an issue with the front elevation. The major deck doesn't match the garage width from the front, and I think without the post that was discussed by Commissioner Lohr, I think it's a better elevation without the post, but I still think it's a problematic elevation with the way those components don't seem to match. I have to admit I don't have a good recollection of the neighbor's property to the south, so I'm not sure about Richard's comment about the chimney, except that I do think it's cutting into that 5-foot width by at least a few feet, so we're down to a few feet on that face as well. It's a really nice plan. There's an obvious amount of care in terms of what the owner has asked for, and we're seeing some nice layout issues, but I share some of the concerns about the back.
Yuri?
I'll once again, Bob does quality projects, and so I have no worries that this would be a quality project, but I do have concerns with some of the layout on it, mimicking the other concerns on pretty much a change of use. Now, we have 2 properties. Part of the problem is we have 2 properties that are both built too close to the property lines. So there are problems on both sides of the property line that should be addressed, but we can only address one at this point right now. I think there's room. Looking at the plan, we'll take the rear property line right now. I think some of the closet and storage on the south side, if there is a movement on that back wall, if that's what the fellow commissioners approve of, I think this building could basically be moved forward, or the master suite could incorporate a little bit more of that closet area into the master suite and still be quite an elegant solution. That would entail moving the bedroom 1 and bedroom 2 further forward into the office and cutting down some of the square footage in the office, but you would be alleviating a major problem with the adjacent neighbor. The other elevation, the front elevation, bothers me too, just on its planar look to it. And I think, once again, there's an opportunity it's going to be a little bit more money, it's a little more problem, you're changing the footprint, but basically, shift some of that facade forward or back by moving the garage a little bit further back, a little bit more into that courtyard, and then creating a little bit more. You could even run the deck further over the existing entry or something to basically get a little bit more, to get a little bit more articulation on that front facade. I like the palette, and it's not, I couldn't say it's congruous with the neighborhood, but it's a valid palette, and I think it, will be will have its impact, and it's a statement. I don't have a problem with the fireplace, because that's allowed by code. You can have it's termed a projection. You can go 2.5 feet into the setback with a projection. So that's pretty much allowed by code, but, so I don't see that as much a problem as just more, the issue of the back setback, which that's just a suggestion at this point, and the front setback, which just is a suggestion at this point too. So I think we need just a little more, I'd like to have a little more communication, a little more conversation about both of those.
Joe?
I hadn't given that much thought to the front facade. I was curious to hear what my fellow commissioners might say about that. But sort of philosophically, I don't think that we in the present should be bound by what I perceive to be a mistake in the past in terms of what was allowed. And so that sort of colors my thinking. I note in the packet that it was mentioned as a justification for the project that to make the project conforming would require an unreasonable amount of reconstruction. But this project seems to be a very extensive reconstruction of the entire house. So I wonder how much weight that argument should have. The idea that there's a generous 9-foot setback on the side is worthwhile for the neighbor on that side, but doesn't give much privacy or satisfaction to the rear neighbor. And I'm sort of gratified by some of the comments that I heard, because by turning a garage into a living space, there's an intrusion, there's more activity, and then I noted the windows in the design, which would impact the privacy of the neighbor on the other side. And even if that wasn't a concern to the current neighbor, in subsequent years with the property being sold, it might be a concern to that person, and just in general a concern to the neighborhood as a sort of a philosophical, or not philosophical, but in general what the setback should be. And in particular, because you could say that that's true of the whole back structure, but certainly the garage, because again it's a garage space, and it'll be significantly altered, and probably even the foundation has to be reworked to transform it from a garage to a living space. But what really I thought about was, who has to sacrifice? I note that the project has a sort of a generous courtyard, and the neighbor is sacrificing his privacy, and it strikes me that the sacrifice should be readdressed, and that perhaps some of that courtyard should be reduced to move at least the garage forward, so that privacy can be maintained with the neighbor. And that strikes me as dictated by fairness, I think. And I wasn't sure I was going to address this, but I think I will. And if we're being asked to make an exception, and in my layman's notions, we are being asked to make an exception, there should be some advantage, I think, that comes to the community at large. And I, for one, in terms of the street front, having a more expansive garage on street front, I don't feel is an advantage in the look of a neighborhood from the street. That's a small disadvantage. I realize it's not critical, but nevertheless it's a disadvantage. So I might say to myself, well, if we were to grant this exception, quite apart from the privacy issues, what would be the advantage to the community?
Very well. Well, I will speak to the front facade first because better to go ahead and expose my ignorance in the beginning and get it out of the way. I certainly am not trained as Commissioner Luer is and Commissioner Lucas are in design. However, I'll just give you my subjective impression for what it's worth. To me, number one, having looked at the site as it currently exists, my impression was that, gee, the front of this house really looks flat and could use some increased articulation. And I think the balcony helps with that a lot, as a matter of fact. However, I think my impression is it's very unbalanced. All of the new articulation is on one side, and just looking at the sketches, to me, the entrance to the house, which really should sort of be a focus, should sort of be a welcoming, is going to be dwarfed by the presence of the deck. It's going to look it's going to look even smaller. The little covering over the front door there, the entryway is going to look even smaller. So I would, rethink perhaps extending the deck across the full front of the house, or if they don't want the railing obstructing the windows, maybe just convert it to sunshade on the left side, or I'm just saying, think about those relationships, the proportions going forward. So, and that's only, I'm just throwing that out there. It's just my thoughts, and you can take them with a grain of salt. And perhaps, one thing to think about is perhaps some changes of material on that facade would be helpful in creating some contrast and some articulation at very little cost. However, the setback issues I do have a problem with. You mentioned that you're going to keep the increased setback on the one side of the lot, which I guess is good, except that the lot coverage right now is at 45% and the maximum is 45%. So I'm not really sure how you could build into that setback and stay within code anyway. The rear setback is small, very, very small. It's 2.7 feet. Now, so the question is that going to create a problem? Given this plan. We have two people who have lived there for 30 years, who have experienced that area being inhabited and are telling us it was a problem. And so I have no reason not to believe them, not to believe what they're saying. So then, given the fact that it's a problem, what's creating the problem? And in my mind, what we're looking at currently on the ground is a garage. Okay, we've got, number one, the bulk of that structure is being used for vehicular storage. Number two, the little room next to it that's labeled studio doesn't have any windows, so it's not really very habitable. It's really more of a storage space. And there's a washer and dryer there, which I assume is being used by the people in the main house. And then there's a bathroom. I guess if you're working on your car, sometimes that sort of thing happens. So to me, if you say to me, is this house or is this garage? When I look at the plans, I say it's garage, currently, which means it's legal and means it's conforming. So what we have here, I think, what's creating the problem is the conversion of really a non-inhabited space to an inhabited space. And so, to me, the burden of mitigating the problem lays on the people who are making the change. We have a problem. We have a situation now which doesn't seem to be a problem for people. The cars being parked in the garage doesn't seem to affect anyone. We're going to a situation which potentially is causing a conflict, and so the people who are changing the situation sort of have the responsibility to mitigate it. I guess there's a couple of ways that it could be mitigated. To me, the most obvious, I agree, this is a major we're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars in construction here. There's no question about it. Looking at the current garage, it doesn't look like any of the plumbing is going to remain where it is. The bathroom's being moved, the washer and dryer room is becoming a bedroom. So, everything is being changed here except the exterior walls. So I guess the question becomes, it says that the non-conforming use can remain if it doesn't require major reconstruction. And I guess the question, and we've grappled with this before, with what is the scope of the project and what is the scope of the reconstruction that makes it major, okay? And to me, here we have such a major project that achieving consistency with the setbacks would not affect the scope of it in a major way. I guess the second possibility, and we'd have to see if this is feasible or not, would simply be to require increased insulation and no windows on that wall that's rear facing. And that's another possible solution that I can see. I don't, offhand, I don't know how feasible that would be.
Let me play devil's advocate here. To the feasibility of reconstruction or relocating that wall. Okay, so essentially what you have, I'm assuming, we can assume that that roof is either truss built or it's stick built. If it's truss built, then those trusses are no longer viable, so the whole roof has to be removed and replaced and for it to be moved. The foundation and the slab would need to be torn up and new footings and new foundations poured and that whole new back wall reconstructed in its new state. If it's stick built, you might, if you're not moving the front, you might be able to get away with doing an offset pitch or an offset uneven pitch on that back area. So you're a little bit, but then you probably want to move those other walls forward so you can reclaim some of that living space inside. So you're talking about, either way, you're talking to move that back wall, you're talking major reconstruction. You're not just moving a wall, you're moving footings, you're making the roof structure probably unviable in this present form. So you're going to have to redo the roof too. So that's what we're talking about with moving that to get the appropriate setbacks. Also, in this present configuration, you would have two bathrooms that would have no windows to them to that back side. So you'd have no natural light to those two bathrooms unless you use skylights. So
You're saying if you were to remove the windows rather than moving the walls.
If you remove the windows, then you're allocating both of those bathrooms to be the only natural light you could get would be from a skylight. And there are operable skylights, so you could get ventilation in and light that way. So,
or you could move the bathrooms.
You could change the design all the way around. So that's what we're looking at. I'm not arguing one way or another. I just wanted to be clear about if we ask to move that wall, that's a total tear down of that whole back structure and a rebuild.
Could be. Maybe.
Essentially to make it work.
Yeah, could be. But I guess my question is, compared to what's being done in the interior with the plumbing, with the electrical, how much, even assuming it is a tear down, how much percentage does that add to the overall project? 5% maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, I think you'd up it to 15, maybe 10 to 15%, maybe even 20%. I think that would be something for Bob to answer.
Including the front, we're including the front here and in the total project, right? We're not just talking about the back half.
Well, we were talking about the back half at that point.
Well, but for the total project, what percentage are we talking about?
I think we need to talk to the contractor.
Okay, I'll open up public comment for this purpose.
Okay, we looked at moving the project. the back unit. We created a concept, and we ran the numbers. And it was borderline killing the project. The entire roof coming off, cutting the foundation off, moving the entire front of the building out to gain the space that we have designed now. Offerings, by all means, remove any window we can by replacing openable skylights in the bathrooms, building a wall along that wall that is both required to be a 1-hour wall because it's within the setback, but also we could offer what's called a sound rock, which is a special type of a drywall that's relatively expensive but relatively inexpensive relative to moving the building. So there are some mitigation measures that we could use that would step towards trying to be sure we're as neighborly as we can be to the person that's on the other side of the fence. And without a question, we have thought about a lot of these issues. To be able to pull the roof off, to move the building and rebuild that building, we looked at approximately an add to the projects of approximately $40,000. It's very close to 10%, 12% of the project. So it was on the border. They gave me a budget to work with, and when we got to that design concept, it was pushing the envelope of what they had asked me to design for. So, but once again, we'd love to have you consider putting conditions on this that say let's pull as many windows out as possible down that back wall and do what we can for all the sound attenuation that we can develop.
Sure.
Bob, have you thought about any more articulation on that front facade?
We really didn't go into that really hard, and part of it is because there's so much precedent in Morro Bay that to tell the client that we're going to have to manipulate the existing structure more than we already have, which, if you notice, the existing structure has the roof system as it's shown now, and we've pushed a wall back to be able to get a little bit of articulation on the upper floor, but it leaves the roof structure intact. And so that was all part of the thinking of how do we accomplish their goals and meet their budgets. And so there, without a question, it could use some more articulation, possibly even consider a bay window or something in the dining room that gives some more dimension. I can see that being something we would look at, hoping to try not to rebuild the roof structure in the process. So,
Thank you.
So your total estimate for everything, from the time the first spade hits the ground till the time they're putting chicken on the dinner table, is $400,000.
Yeah, that's what they came to us requesting that we work with. And we've been back and forth about this, and whether or not we actually will hit that budget is still yet to be seen. But that was the budget they asked us for. And when we looked at that back option, it was basically a 10% increase to that budget. So, yeah. And to manipulate the floor in the back unit to put these bathrooms in, it's essentially saw cuts through a concrete slab that we dig a foot or a foot and a half deep and pour the concrete back and tie the steel back. So the manipulation for plumbing is relatively insignificant to get those drain lines in to add these bathrooms. So.
And the current slab foundation in the back is up to code for a habitable structure? Absolutely, yeah. It was built with the concrete slab that we're going to be able to work with. Mm-hmm.
Is that structure in the back, is those truss, or is that
I'm sorry.
structure? In that back section, is that a truss or is that stick-built?
It's a stick-built roof. It's in the back, 1953. It's based on the neighbor, and I trust them, so, yeah. 53, I don't think we were building trusses. So.
There were some site-built trusses.
Yeah.
Joe?
I think we try to be very careful and scrupulous whenever suggesting that additional expenses should be imposed on an applicant to do something. However, I think that the concept of significant reconstruction to make it comply has to be viewed as as you said, a percentage of the total construction cost, and that percentage is not the same as affordability or what the particular applicant thinks might make the project go forward or kill it. That notion of reconstruction is a sort of a mathematical formula, if you will, and not based on one person's ability to afford.
Are there any more questions for the applicant right now? So then I'm going to close public comment again, bring it back to the commission for discussion. Well, I appreciate the economic point of view. I think the number one consideration for us is, does this meet code? And does this have negative effects on the rest of the community? Because the option of leaving it the way it is always on the table and costs nothing. I realize that, I understand that that's a consideration, but it's not the consideration.
I'm going to probably state the obvious here, but just looking at the parameter is 10 feet. Okay, the existing 10 feet setback. The existing is 2.7. It's about 3 feet. Okay, now if we were looking at a conditional where it's like, okay, it's 10 feet, but we were trying to look at maybe 8 or 7 feet. That's one thing, but this is a pretty significant encroachment, and I think that's, and when you start doing reconstruction, that's where and the use issue, that's where it kind of weighs heavy on me with that. The amount of or the intensity of that mitigation measure.
Yeah, I think the thing that one of the things that I guess bothers me is that if somebody were to come in with a new project and say, I would like to build the back of my house 2 feet 7 inches from the property line, we would probably say no, right? A blank sheet of paper. This is a situation where there's a garage there, okay, and it's the action of the applicant that is converting it to an illegal situation or a non-conforming situation. It's not that it's, according to one interpretation, there's two ways to look at it, but according to one interpretation, it is conforming now and is being converted to non-conforming. I guess that's what kind of sticks with me.
Once again, I'm just for discussion here. The use it is a habitable use in a section of this. It is a studio. It is conditioned space. So, and it has been used. It has a history of usage. From the day one, it was being used as the residence for the construction of the rest of the house. Okay, I can kind of see a compromise here. Is I agree with your theory, but I can kind of see a compromise where we say, okay, let's condition this project to mitigate the negative effects of what's happening here, and also condition it to the front facade, which is another problem, another issue, and focus some of our energy on the front facade to solve the problem of the front facade, and which is more immediate to our design guidelines and is more immediate to the neighborhood and more. So that's kind of where I'm kind of tending. I agree that this is a major rebuild and this could be considered a change of use, but it could also be considered the original use, because he was probably living in that garage and living in that studio area when he was building the house back in '52.
Well,
So
yeah, I mean, it may have been temporarily. I mean, I have some friends who remodeled their house and they moved into the actual garage for a year while that was being done. That didn't make the garage into habitable space.
but it's also it's a studio. It could have been considered a living space, as a secondary unit too during that time. So I can see that argument.
Yeah, but there were. I mean, remember, no windows, no kitchen facilities. So, if it was a secondary unit, it was a pretty dingy one.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, this is a difficult.
I just want to say I don't think it's healthy for us to advocate rear lot situations like this. And we've done things like this on side yards, but I think the side yards are more pliable and by nature they're smaller. So I think people are used to assuming there might be some variances in the side. I'd almost be willing to flip it around and say the front of the house is getting the minor modifications, really, when you take a look at this. Everything's being spent on the rear. I'd be willing to overlook the front and put the emphasis on the back in order to satisfy the lot considerations, because I don't want to have a precedent-setting thing where, we're taking away, it's not 5 feet going to 2.5 feet, it's 10 feet going to 2.5 feet. So that's a pretty big sacrifice. Granted, part of this could have been there in some kind of use when the adjacent owners purchased the other house, but I think as we add density to the city, I think we need to be very cautious about where these types of benefits accrue and how they accrue. And it's not a minor part of the rear yard setback for 10% of the rear yard. It's 100%. Well, the side yard, it's probably 75% to 80% of the rear yard setbacks being violated. So I think that's not an insignificant conceptual issue to remind staff of when they view things like this that come in the door. And I'm not a contractor, but I sometimes might build things. But my sense is if it is stick built, you can take off part of it. You can trench for footings for a column and a beam system to hold up the remaining part of the stick built rear section, and then take away whatever part of the slab you want to take away. I don't think you have to tear it all down. It might be easier to tear it all down, but I don't think you have to. So I'm more concerned about, maybe I'd be willing to look at saving money in the front because it's a renovation of the front house, but the back, because of the addition and the intensity of the use, I would rather see the money spent there.
Okay, I think we have two possible options on the table. Are there any other? Are there any other? I mean, I think option number one would be to deny the project based on the fact that the rear setback is inadequate, and it's not. It really is not up to us to prescribe how they meet that rear setback. But that would be the decision. This decision number two, I guess, would be to approve the project conditional upon removal of all the windows in the rear wall and increased soundproofing to prevent intrusion on the neighbor's privacy. Are there other choices besides that?
Well, I mean, you might be able to sort of bifurcate the structure, and that portion that we will call was the habitable portion from before might remain there with or without windows. I'm not sure of that. And the garage structure maybe just that portion moves forward. And that would be, kind of an economic compromise. And that's what I was getting at when I said that. And that would produce some sacrifice to the interior courtyard without sacrificing the privacy of the neighbor behind them.
So then, how would we do that procedurally? I guess then, I think that we would be in a position of either denying it and asking them to come back, or continuing it and asking them to come back with those revisions.
But I think we need to give direction so
Yeah,
that
no.
they're not coming back with,
I
with
do.
another guess.
Absolutely. No, I'm just trying to sort of see what our consensus. I don't think we're going to be maybe unanimous on this, but I'm trying to see if we have sort of a majority thinking when we're. So let's just kind of looking at those three options. What would we favor? Joe?
Yeah. I'm concerned about the precedent establishing and the shrinking, dramatically shrinking the setback. I would be in favor of denying the current application as it's configured, and they have to rethink this.
Jerry?
Scott, if it's a denial, do they have to pay resubmittal fees?
Sorry, I'm hard of hearing.
No, it's Scott. I'm sorry.
So the answer to the question is yes. They would also have the opportunity to appeal it to council.
That's right.
Yeah.
Certainly, there's a fair amount of interpretation going on here, so they might want to pursue that. It's fairly inexpensive. And then they would have to resubmit. You could maybe ask the representative to come back up here and see if he has ideas. He's heard, you've been talking about this for a while, so he kind of gets some of the gist of this, I think. And he may be willing to make some changes to it and come back with a redesign that addresses some of your concerns. That might be worth an ask, before you make a decision.
Yeah.
Or he might be just willing to say, hey, yeah, give me my denial. I'm going to go appeal your decision to council and have them look at it. Perfectly acceptable as well. But again, you've given a lot of input. I took a bunch of notes and was kind of looking stuff up online, a little bit about options for soundproofing, things like that. So yeah, I would suggest that you do that, maybe. Because I think if he's willing to redesign it, then why would you want to deny it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you gave a lot of input, so there's actually a lot of options to bring back at this point.
Yeah.
I think it might be able to, and if you want to talk a little bit more and give more specific directions, feel free to do that. You might want to find out where he's at. That might help you decide where you want to go with it.
I think let's finish finding out where we're at, and then we'll do that.
Yeah, I'm not interested in a denial. I'd like to see the rear yard maintained, expanded back to 10.
So you'd be in favor of continuing it and requesting him to redesign it to achieve the 10-foot setback. Richard?
Well, at first I agreed with Joe, but after what you said, if if we could continue it and have him, for me the message is really clear. This is a major reconstruction, and the way I see it, it's being used for habitable space. You need a 10-foot setback. Okay, it's pretty clear. If I would personally, I would entertain. It's to get this in and that in. We need to encroach maybe a foot, 2 feet, maybe even 3. But that's way different than 7 feet. you know? And so that's why it's the amount, too, that I have a problem with. So if the applicant is willing to look at and say, okay, let me get with my customer or, you know, the owner, and we'll redesign so we're addressing that rear setback. The front part, I'm not like all overjoyed about it, but it's not as big of a deal to me. But if we can address this, I think that'll be all right. So I guess my answer is kind of dittoing what Commissioner Lucas said.
Okay, so I think what we have, I think regardless of the mechanism, we have 4 out of the 5 commissioners who are saying we really feel that there should be a 10-foot rear setback. So then with that, if everyone agrees, so then the question is, maybe the city council disagrees with that, okay? So the question is, would the applicant prefer to have a continuance so they can bring this back, or would they prefer to have a denial so that they can take their shot with the council, basically? And
Yeah, exactly.
yeah.
Yeah.
So for that, I would open public comment to get a reaction from the applicant.
Well, I don't think a denial to take it to the city council is where we want to go. I've been there before, and they support you guys as a rule. And so that would most likely be a wasted effort in my opinion. But we also want to, be good stewards of a neighbor, and we understand their concerns. So a continuance would be, I believe, the best option for my client if I was making that choice, and I guess I am. So if that's an option, then let's please do that, and we can approach you guys again in the future. Okay?
Very well.
All right. Thanks.
So I think we're sort of at the end here, right? I guess all we need is a motion to continue to a date uncertain with instructions to staff to work with the applicant to achieve the objectives that we've discussed.
Yep.
Could I add, when I said, in my opinion, denial, it's because of my really lack of experience on this commission. I mean, I was really only addressing that we somehow fix the problem. I have absolutely no objection to a continuance and a redesign.
Yeah, that's understood. I mean, I think we're all trying to get to the same place. It's a different, whatever road we take is, I think we've got it worked out. So do we have a motion then to continue?
I just want to make sure. I'm happy to make the motion, but Scott, technically we're continuing CPO 535, but we're abandoning UPO 465?
Just continue the whole thing, and then we'll bring back what's appropriate.
But if we're continuing it, though, are we saying we're open to the second part? Isn't it the conditional use permit that we're objecting to?
Well, either way, it's
if you just, I would just continue them both, and we will bring back the appropriate piece based on the resubmittal.
Well, wait a minute, Scott. If they correct the non-conforming issue in that back lot, then it's no longer a variance, and it's no longer would require them coming back to us. This could be done.
It's still going
back to this board.
Coastal development.
It's still going to be non-conforming on the side setback, regardless.
Well, if we're going to move it forward, we're going to move it aside.
Well, I thought the side setbacks were okay.
No, it's 4.7, 4.10, where 5 feet is required. I mean, I realize that's pretty minimal, but
Okay.
This project's under active review of the Planning Commission. We're not going to take it back to staff.
right.
Okay.
Okay, I would move we continue the project to a date uncertain of CPO 535 and UPO 465.
Second?
And I will second that.
Discussion on the motion? And I think, although it's not really part of the motion and we kind of left it in the dust, that part of that instructions to staff was that there are some concerns regarding the front elevations, and, you know, that's something to take a look at as well.
Staff listened to all the comments.
So with that, then, we have a motion, we have a second, we have no discussion. May we have a roll call?
Commissioner Lucas?
Aye.
Commissioner Luer?
Yes.
Commissioner Sadowski?
Aye.
Commissioner Graffia?
Yes.
Chair Taft?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much. So we may be going into a fairly lengthy discussion. Would anybody like a break before we go into this one? Let's take 10 minutes and reconvene at 7:30. I have a phone with
It's under action. So they gave the direction.
They may not have to chair. There's no reason to take it. Thank you. We are back. We are live, and we are moving on to our public comment, our public hearing item number B3 on the agenda, which is a major amendment to UPO-359, a project which is located at 725 Embarcadero here in Morro Bay. And I believe that Cindy is going to fill us in on this one.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Teft and members of the Planning Commission. This project is Rose's Landing, which is an existing visitor-serving commercial building of retail and restaurant uses on the Embarcadero. The project is located west of Centennial Stairway, as you see an aerial map on the screen. And the applicant is requesting a major amendment to conditional use permit UPO 359, which was approved by the City Council February 23rd of last year and previously reviewed by the Planning Commission in January of last year. After the subsequent to the city's approval, the applicant applied to the Coastal Commission for their coastal development permit, as is required in this plan development overlay. And during that process, the Coastal Commission sent out a letter, notice of violation, basically that said that deviations were found on the project from their past approved CDP coastal development permits from 1975 and 2001. And in summary, that letter, which is included as an attachment to your staff report, found that there were violation issues, including expansion of restaurant uses on both the first floor outdoor Bayside southwest corner, second floor outdoor restaurant dining deck along the south elevation, as well as obstruction of public viewing and access areas, some unpermitted awnings in the dining area, and obstruction of view corridor and public plaza along the south side of the building. Here is a zoning image. As I stated, the Property's in a planned development overlay. The base zoning district is waterfront. It's WFPDS4. And the brief and concise description of what the applicant is proposing today is new construction of converting the second floor restaurant use to hotel use, which would be converted to 8 hotel units, along with conversion of one of the existing commercial lease spaces as a first floor hotel unit, providing for additional public access improvements in response to the notice of violation letter that Coastal Commission sent out. And then the project does retain the previously approved gangway, floating dock, and 7 boat slips. So in 2016, when the city approved this use permit, the use permit at that point was for the floating dock project. It included a 487 square foot dining deck expansion on the second floor, and then the public access improvements. And so the applicant is submitting a major amendment request to change out the second floor primarily as a hotel use, and then responds to the coastal letter by providing for additional improvements beyond the public access improvements that the city approved last year, and then with no change to the floating dock. The dining deck expansion is deleted from the project with the change of the restaurant use going away. And I got to say, I'm not sure if my microphone is working. It seems kind of, so I hope that everyone can hear me fine. Okay, good. Here's an image for the commission. This shows the revised site plan, and as you can see at the bottom of the screen, there are the floating docks. It's still part of the project. And I have some subsequent slides that will go over the public access improvements. Here is a zoomed-in image that shows the public access areas. But to discuss the hotel portion of the project first, the architectural character of the building is proposed to remain the same. The design of the hotel includes a rear addition of 486 square feet, which would pop out essentially the same square footage as that dining deck expansion, off by 1 square foot. The rear or west elevation does include the addition of 3 balconies for the use of the 3 hotel rooms that would face the west side of the building, as well as 2 patios for the hotel units that would face the south side of the building. On the first floor, the applicant is proposing that one of the existing commercial lease spaces be changed out to a hotel unit. In the staff report, staff evaluated the proposal for the first floor hotel unit, and consistent with the waterfront master plan guidelines and encouraging pedestrian activity along the waterfront and avoiding new uses that would create potential dead zones. Staff is not in support of changing out the first floor as a hotel unit or one of the lease spaces, and is recommending a condition of approval that first floor hotel unit be retained as commercial lease space. The applicant's proposal, as noted in the staff report, is requesting that it be changed to hotel use now, and then when future Centennial Stairway improvements are made, that at that point the applicant would convert it back into commercial lease space. Planning condition 13 in your resolution basically states that or recommends that the applicant retain that as existing commercial lease space. And then parking proposal, I do have some slides on that. So I will get into those in the next slide. And then also low-cost visitor serving accommodations. Before I get into that, I will walk you through some of the architectural design images. This is a visual simulation existing. And this is a photo of the building looking toward the southwest from the corner of Embarcadero and the Morro Bay Boulevard street end. And then the proposed elevation, which shows the reorientation of windows, addition of awnings, and other facade changes to accommodate the new hotel use. In the back of the building, you can see the pop-out of the rear addition. And then here is an photo of the building looking northwest. In this area, in this photo, you will see that on the second floor, in response to some violation issues noted in the Coastal Commission letter, the applicant is removing an existing glass windscreen that runs along the south wall here and replacing it with a glass railing that's see-through in this corner and retains a portion of the wall over here for privacy reasons. In this photo, and I apologize, it's kind of hard to see, but you can see a portion. Oh, actually, we're at existing here. Sorry, I'm on the wrong screen. Here's the removal, so you can see existing. Right there's this is the windscreen, the glass windscreen that Coastal Commission noted. And then in the removed version, or the proposed version, you see that's removed. And then this is the glass wall that I was referring to, and then the wall that's remained. So right here, you can see a portion of the hotel patios, and they are proposed as see-through glass to minimize any view obstruction. Here's a visual simulation of the existing building looking toward the east from the bay. And then here is a proposed simulation. And for purposes of this amendment project, this simulation doesn't reflect the dock project. That is still part of the project. The point of this image was just to point out the changes in existing to proposed. And so in the existing photo, you see the bayside lateral access that currently has a windscreen and a roof. And that would be removed. This would be removed. They are proposing to maintain the roofed portion with the addition of 4 skylights, as the Planning Commission saw last year. The wall would be removed and replaced with a cable railing, low height, 42 inches, consistent with other lease sites on the Embarcadero. And then on the left here, you see the previously approved lateral access. I've referred to it in the staff report as the northern bridge. It essentially bridges the bayside lateral access up to the street end here at Morro Bay Boulevard street end. And then in this proposed image, there is also the previously reviewed dining deck expansion. And currently there is dining seating in this corner. The applicant's proposal would widen this entire bayside lateral access from the 8 feet that the city previously saw and widen it out to 10 feet as required by Coastal Commission. And then in addition, retain the outdoor dining in this corner and then add railings to delineate that outdoor dining as identified in the Waterfront Master Plan. But then pop out this bayside lateral access so it provides for a 10-foot wraparound to this building leading up to the ramp that goes landward. This is a slide that shows the second floor plan, and it shows the 8 hotel rooms on the second floor. The entrance to the hotel would be through the existing main entrance of the Roses Landing building now. Guests would enter through the main door and either use the interior elevator or the staircase and come up through the second floor in this area here. The front of, or the east elevation is where the office would be, followed by the 7 rooms. And then this floor plan also depicts the 3 bayside balconies and the 2 patios. And here is a floor plan of the first floor. The shaded area on the screen is not within the scope of the proposed project. That includes the existing retail uses and restaurant use in the building. What is proposed to be changed by the applicant is the commercial lease space that faces on the north elevation. And as I stated earlier, staff's recommending a condition of approval be added that requires the applicant to retain that first floor commercial lease space in order to be consistent with the waterfront master plan. Then in regards to parking, so on this slide you will see the existing Rose's Landing building, and it is this entire building here. Across the street from Rose's Landing buildings, slightly here to the north at the top of the screen, is the Centennial Stairway, and this is a city public parking lot. The applicant's proposal includes a request to designate a loading and unloading space at the corner here in front of the building, which would allow for hotel guests to load and unload as they check into the hotel. The request also includes that 9 parking spaces, or 8, should the Planning Commission approve the project as 8 units, be reserved across the street for hotel guest uses. I've circled this area as the area where staff has reviewed and evaluated the request as the intended area for parking. So staff's recommending through planning condition 14 that spaces be reserved from 6 p.m. to 10 a.m. daily. Though the applicant's request was for 3 p.m. to 10 a.m. daily, the difference of the 3 hours is just because of the anticipation that parking demand would be slightly less in the evening hours. Removal of the second floor restaurant use. Restaurants which have a higher parking requirement, hotels which have a lesser parking requirement, along with the recognized historic parking credits for this building and the applicant's previous payment for 20 in lieu parking spaces does make the project compliant with parking requirements. As a hotel use, the applicant is seeking to provide reasonably close parking spaces for its hotel use. Should such a program be implemented in terms of the parking arrangement, it would be through a lease agreement authorized by the City Council, as it involves leasing of these existing city parking spaces. Low-cost visitor accommodations. This has recently been an important focus of the Coastal Commission. And within the city's local coastal plan, policy 2.07 does require low-cost visitor serving accommodations be required that would provide room rates to serve all income ranges. Currently, Coastal Commission is developing policy guidance or a guidance document, which would formalize their approach and how jurisdictions in the coastal zone would implement this policy. Some of it has been in communication with coastal staff. What we found out is that some of this has been on a case-by-case basis, but frequently what they have seen is that 25% is a metric that has been used. 25% of rooms be reserved for low-cost accommodations. Staff's condition would recommend, that's included in your resolution, would recommend that 25% of rooms be reserved and they would be maintained at not more than 80% of average daily rate. This is data that in the condition the city's finance director would be maintaining and be responsible for. And this is the 80% threshold is based on a general state metric of 80% is considered to be a threshold for affordability. It's typically seen in affordable housing where 80% is considered a low-cost metric. The next few slides walk us through the public access improvements. Some of these improvements that the applicant is proposing are improvements that have already been approved by the city, and where so I have noted it on the screen. The project still includes that northerly bridge access. We did discuss with the applicant today the possibility of, and in previous conversations, widening that to provide for a wider access up to the street end. There are some ADA limitations to that, where the ADA code requires landing when you have a ramp, and that area does ramp up to the street. As I said earlier, they are providing for widened 10-foot lateral access. And actually, let's see, I have some next slides on this. They are providing for additional public access in the southwest corner, as well as improvements to the South Plaza, which meets their view corridor requirement. And then lastly, on the screen, you'll see they are providing for a portion of that second floor deck be dedicated for public viewing. The staff report notes that would create a 1,200 square foot public view deck. Unfortunately, I noticed after the staff report was published, it's actually 1,484 square feet. So just wanted to point that out. So here's a close-up of the lateral access. It's in this area where the access would connect up to the street. So the yellow area you see is the building. Currently, right now, what we have is kind of a circuitous route to get to the Bayside lateral access, kind of hugs the building. The proposal would, in this area, essentially look not much different from what the city saw last year, with the exception of this widened 10-foot access. In this area, Coastal Commission had issues with obstructions of the view corridor. So this area on the south side of the building is their view corridor requirement for the project. And in order to maximize public awareness of this lateral access, in addition to providing signage notifying the public that this is public access, the applicant's proposing to provide for a stained concrete path delineating that this is the access requirement. As part of their project, though, they originally showed removal of this planter area. Staff, in the staff report, is recommending a condition that would require the applicant to maintain that landscaping planter on site and shift this concrete path to the north or to the left on the screen there. There's no specific requirement in the waterfront master plan that vertical corridors be 10 feet. It speaks to the 30% view corridor requirement. Where the 10-foot number comes in is on the Bayside portion. And what's important is that they are providing that 30% view corridor. Staff has recommended conditions of approval that obstructions greater than 30 inches be removed. And there is a condition previously when this project was last, when an earlier iteration of this project in 2001 was approved, there was a city council condition that required that trash containers on site be no taller than 5 feet. We did get a question earlier today from Chair Teft regarding the screening of the trash containers, which is on this lease site. I did find out after our meeting that, in fact, City Council, when they looked at this last year in February, they did put a condition on the project that would require both a door and a cover to screen that trash container area. Okay, and then this is just an image pointing out where on the plans that public view deck is. Circle's not quite the red oval's not quite this correct shape, but at the bottom of the screen would be the waterfront area, and so you'll see public view deck, and then public view deck also facing the street. And so, as I said, project retains the dock project. Here is a visual simulation that shows the widened northerly bridge. And then these are just some additional simulations from the earlier project. And I do have some elevations here. I wanted to point out in the visual simulation, since it was much easier to see on the screen. If you do want me to go back to these, I will, but just going through them. Elevations from the four corners of the building. Here's a section detail, which shows the building section from the north elevation. So the Roses Bar and Grill down here in the bottom right. The water side is here. And you would see the guest rooms on the second floor, along with the balconies. And then this section shows the guest room that they are requesting permit approval for. So the project amendment and overall project does meet the city's goals of the waterfront master plan by providing for public visual access and maximizing public access, as well as provide an additional source of visitor serving accommodations. As conditioned, the project would provide a mixed-use building of retail on the first floor and hotel accommodations on the second floor, in keeping with the fishing village theme, and adds to the waterfront ambiance. Staff's recommendation is that the Planning Commission forward a favorable recommendation to the City Council to conditionally approve the project per staff recommendation through adoption of Planning Commission Resolution 1117. And I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Cindy. Before we move on to questions, just a little bit of housekeeping. I'm actually going to back up and ask a question that I forgot to ask previously. Is there anyone who has ex parte communications to divulge on item B2? Okay, then I will ask for any ex parte communications with regard to item B3, the current item.
I met with staff, and I also met with a person, a vendor at this location, and we discussed some of just the feel of the whole area, basically, and operations of it.
Jerry?
I had an interesting not meeting, but talk. I walked up to the public access deck and was confronted by management and was asked if I was lost, if I'd lost my way. I said, no, this is a public access deck and public view area. And he says, not if I put a lock on it, it isn't. And was politely asked to leave. So I think we have a problem with who believes public access and what's public access and what isn't.
Interesting. Okay, with that then, I will ask if there are any questions for staff at this time.
Just have a couple simple ones, I hope. Why did you want to leave the planter? What was the rationale about leaving the planter?
The planter, basically, the project has very minimal landscaping as it is. Scott and I actually were out at the site a few days ago. We're looking around at the sea of concrete and realized, hey, this planter looks kind of nice. And we really have, for an area that we want pedestrians to walk through, sit, enjoy, it's about our only landscaping, and it's established.
And I would add, I spend a good bit of time walking past this area, and the planter has sort of a wide concrete rim around it, and it's a very popular seating area.
Good. The upstairs shows two things that look like they're either fire pits or fireplaces. I'm not seeing any flues in the elevation. Are they, what are they?
Are you talking about within the patio area?
Upstairs it looks like two of the rooms have private extensions onto the deck that look like they've got some kind of...
Yeah, right here.
Yeah. Maybe we'll ask the architect about that.
Yeah, I think that'd be a good question.
And then the extensions that go over top of the, for what a better term, bar down below, Do we know what that roof material is that they're looking down, those balconies are looking down on top of?
I don't know what the roof material
Okay.
is, no.
Okay. All right, that's all I've got. Thanks.
Oh, okay. This one here?
Another one from the stair looking on the side of it. Do you have that one?
You know, I might have some other slides here toward the end. I think there's a picture in the staff report that shows the exterior staircase, and I meant to put it in the PowerPoint presentation, but it's not in there, and it essentially shows a picture from standing from the top of the staircase, looking at the area.
Page 12
Yeah.
of the staff report.
Looks at the Libertine across the roof and at the stacks in the back.
So that's not proposed to be changed to your knowledge?
The
gravel?
The point from west of the staircase out, no, that's not proposed to be changed. But the edge of the exterior staircase would denote the edge of that 486 square foot addition. Yeah.
Cindy, could you maybe explain why you're going with an amendment and why not calling it a new project, because we're doing a totally different use?
Sure. So actually, there's a lot of the project that's still staying the same. So the project retains most of the public access improvements. It retains all of the dock project. The one thing that it doesn't change is it changes the restaurant on the second floor to a hotel use. The other reason is that the applicant's required to get both a use permit from the city and their coastal permit from Coastal Commission. They received a concept conditional use permit from the city. By code, they're required to get a precise permit, which would finalize the use permit. That precise plan will come after they get their CDP. So right now, they're kind of like in the middle of the process. And so given that the project was largely the same with the difference of the hotel use, it seemed more prudent to amend the concept permit that they have right now, fold in the coastal concerns noted in the violations letter, and then they can, subject to Planning Commission and City Council approval, they can take their revised project back to the Coastal Commission and then address how they've satisfied the violations. And then, because Coastal Commission hasn't reviewed their CDP yet, it didn't even go to a public hearing. So they are still at the early stages of their CDP process.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Yeah, just two quick questions. How will the public be noticed that they can go up to the two viewing decks?
So, oops, I just did something. Okay. What I was, we'll get this back on the screen, but the public will be notified or noticed through the form of signage. And they have, thanks, Scott. They have put up some of the signage right now, and they do have conditions on their existing use permit that they'll have to come back with a detailed sign plan. I'm going to scroll through here so you can see. I did include a picture that I took just the other day. Okay, Here we go. Mm-hmm. So this is on the first floor, just out on the south elevation. It says Coastal Access Public Viewing and Dining Deck on the screen. So that's telling the public that public plaza on the south side, it's for public viewing. There is also a sign, and I didn't include a copy of it, but there is a sign at the bottom of that exterior staircase. So I would assume that when Commissioner Allure was walking up the exterior staircase, he saw the sign. If he was, Joe Citizen, and oh, look, there's a public viewing and dining deck. I'm going to walk upstairs and eat my Taco Bell. Or
Okay. And then the other question is the southern plaza, or the view corridor. My understanding that that's in its totality is open to the public to sit without in any way using the services of the businessmen there, right?
Yes, that's correct. And in the staff report, so that is correct. They do have several benches, chairs, tables, and that was one of the issues noted in the coastal violation letter. There are opportunities for the applicant to declutter the area, if you will, and there is a planning condition that staff has recommended. That is, I think it's planning condition number 12, which would request that the public benches be limited to a maximum number. And then also for additional information, the City Council added a condition 22, and they said that they wanted a minimum of 2 benches on the second floor observation deck. So, I mean,
Jerry.
On the lateral access on the south side, where you have the, I'll let you come to it. Okay. If you could zoom in, we see the 10-foot section ending, and you're ending in a 3-foot ramp there. Why isn't that required to be 10 foot across there, and why isn't it required to connect to the adjacent property in both elevation and in plan?
so for the adjacent property, I'll answer that part first. The adjacent property in this area, I believe there is a commercial fishing dock in this area, and so right now there is not an opportunity for direct access across. I mean, this area here is all concrete and open, and one could walk across there. It's just that this 10-foot area here is no different than the concreted area across this entire width. It's just they proposed to treat this as a stained concrete to bring awareness to the public to lead them back into this area. And then this area here is not proposed at 10 feet. This is a ramp, and it leads up. It's an existing feature, and I believe there are some railings there. They did not look at how that would look to widen that.
Okay, I think that's, well, the adjacent use isn't locked in for perpetuity, and then, so anyways, I think that's an issue that was missed. Okay, that's all I have for right now.
Yeah, I just have, I guess, one question at this point, and that is, again, I walk this area quite frequently, and I noticed that the landscape area is not the one that was proposed to be removed, but the ones in front of the business are used pretty extensively for display of merchandise for sale. Is that permitted? Do they have a city permit to do that?
I haven't come across anything in the past conditional use permits on this. I can't say with certainty.
And what kind of permit would be required?
Do we ever? We don't typically allow outdoor display of merchandise. I mean, really in any area of the city, even in the downtown area. there's provisions in the zoning code that talk about outdoor displays and storage, and it usually it speaks to that. I would probably make a guess that that's not permitted.
So I would say, short of it being, part of a conditional use permit process, but the only scenario you would see where staff would be approving things like that would be on a temporary basis for some sort of special event that they were having or something along those lines. But other than that, it would be a process like this.
Okay. Any other questions for staff?
One.
Oh.
Was, while I was there today, there was a podium sitting in the middle of that access area at the sidewalk. Is my understanding that was not allowed in the original area. Is it allowed now?
You're talking about the hostess stand?
Yes.
Yeah. So, no, it's not allowed, and we do have a condition of approval on the project that would require that be removed, and it's specifically called out. Hostess stand, table umbrellas would not be allowed. And then if I may be allowed, the previous Planning Commission conditions, when this project was looked at last year, are still included in the resolution, and Planning Commission Condition 20 talked about the applicant addressing a future lateral access connection to that neighboring lease site, just to kind of go back to your question from a few minutes ago. So.
Okay. So this is a public hearing then, and we will invite the public to speak at this point, and we typically invite the applicant or applicant representative to speak first. If you would like to do so, please do.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission, my name is Steve Puglisi. I'm the project architect. I've got with me in the audience Doug and Stephen Redican, the owners who are tenants. It was back in 2001 that Doug and I developed the Roses Landing project as you see it today. I was the architect at that time as well. Most of the issues that were discussed and brought up in the staff report we agree with. There are some we don't. My task this evening is to help you folks make sure we end up with a project that the city's proud of. And I'm going to ask you to help me in navigating this project through the Coastal Commission. As you're aware, this is original jurisdiction. City of Pismo Beach is advisory only. The permits to continue on with this project are in the purview and exclusive purview of the Coastal Commission itself. I am in contact regularly with coastal staff, and we will continue to keep that communication working. Cindy and Scott know just about every word we speak in that communication process with the staff. In general, Cindy's done a perfect job in describing what the project is. We do have some violation issues that actually had prompted us not too long ago to pull our horns back a little bit on this project. I want to tell you we were very relieved with having a meeting with the coastal staff violations expert, Pat Wiesart. He is a colleague of mine. I've known him from San Luis for the past 35 or so years. Pat and I sat down. Scott was part of that meeting. We went through a number of the violations, and we believe as we continue to matriculate this project through the Coastal Commission staff, we will see resolution on a variety of those. But I want to be sure that you as the Planning Commission and ultimately the City Council are aware of what some of those issues are. And I would like to start with the first and foremost, the deck upstairs. I repeatedly hear it referred to as a public viewing deck. I heard it from you folks tonight. It was not designed as a public viewing deck. It was designed as a flat roof because we had already maximized the allowable second level area when Doug and I designed this building in 2001. The city at that time, and I believe still has, a parking reduction allowance for outdoor dining. I think at the time it was either a 30% or a 50% reduction in required parking. And we were able to figure out, because of the historic uses of that project, back in 2001, that we could turn that flat roof into a dining terrace and still meet the parking requirement. And that is the way this project was approved. There's an adage, no good deed should go unpunished. And I can think of no better example than that from what has been happening to us recently in this particular issue. We were requested, and I believe it was by Coastal Commission, would it be okay, they asked, if the public were to come up onto that deck and not be forced to buy food? Doug said, of course. The next question, would you mind putting up a sign telling the public they can come up? Doug said, of course. Here we are, 16 years later. Coastal Commission thinks it's their deck. It never was. I'm going to ask this favor of you folks starting tonight. Please do not propagate this mistruth. Help us, because I'm going to have a hard enough time reminding the Coastal Commission. The only guy still on staff, because Peter Douglas is now gone, is going to be Dan Carl. And Dan has a very selective memory about things. Everybody else in commission, including all of the commissioners, they are new. Nobody remembers this. I'm going to need you as the Planning Commission. I'm going to need our City Council to help keep this record set straight. Second item, and by the way, we are delighted to have the public still come up, and by eliminating the restaurant use, there's not even the slightest threat of somebody suggesting to sell them something. But please do not think that we should not be allowed to have some private patio space for our hotel guests. That is the intention of what we're going to be doing with that upper deck. We're going to give most of it for public viewing. But it is not because it was a public viewing deck to begin with. The second item, how we want to handle the office and the rooms. We know that the city is going to be coming up with a Centennial Parkway program. Sounds like a fabulous idea. And I think as that moves down onto the Embarcadero, if and when it occurs, it's going to be a boon to everyone, including Doug's project. The notion of having a hotel room there, once we realized that this Parkway project was going to occur, it's probably not the best place for it. So what we would like to do is go on record this evening. We would like to recommend that we take our office away from the upstairs, replace it with hotel room number 9, and take that office and get it put down on the street, where we had been thinking about putting the additional guest room. We would like to do that on a temporary basis, with the understanding that when and if the Centennial Parkway comes through, that space may then be reverted to a commercial use. We think at that time, when the Parkway comes all the way to the bay, that space kind of in a no man's land will become a viable commercial use. Right now, it's Douglas's worst performing space. Next item. The number of tables and the type of amenities that we want to see out on the patio, and this is public space. There has been a creeping development that occurs out there. Doug is guilty of it. Put out a gazebo, put out a table, put out a chair. This was the Coastal Commission's probably most profound complaint when it came into a variety of violations. The idea that the public space is developing more into individual commercial spaces to the disadvantage of the public. I don't know what the right number of tables and chairs is out there. I have my opinions. You're the Planning Commission. I'm going to be happy to listen to you. Cindy has spoken about maybe 3 tables and 3 or 4 benches. Take away everything that is not permanent, the metal stuff that comes and goes, allow just things that are permanently set there. Frankly, that sounds like a pretty good idea to me. The question I want to ask of you, and it's not like we need an answer on this tonight, I want you to think about, as individuals in this community, how do you use that space? How do you see the visitors and the locals using that space? I'm asking you that question because that's the first question that I asked of Pat Wiesart. He's the man that wrote the complaint letter. He's coastal staff. When Pat and I were sitting there having a cup of coffee on the patio, it became immediately obvious to Pat, you bet there should be tables and chairs here for the public. So instead of just saying there shouldn't be anything there or take out what you've got, let's spend these next couple of weeks as we're going through this process here at the city, coming up with a very thoughtful approach to what the right number of permanent tables and chairs are downstairs. While we're at it, let's think of what the right number of public, either tables, chairs, or other amenities on the upper terrace are, that through Mr. Redican's largesse, he is allowing the public to use. I would like you to help me go to the Coastal Commission with a positive and thought-out attitude about these things. The last thing I need to speak with you about, and the most pressing, low-cost visitor serving. I have fought this battle with coastal staff before. I started fighting this battle 30 years ago when the Coastal Commission got into the low-cost housing business. Eventually, the state legislature and the Attorney General's office reminded them that these economic issues are none of their business, and they were put out of that housing business. I am hopeful that at some time in the near future, the legislature and the AG's office will stop them again because they're now going after hotels. I can think of no more horrid outcome for you as city leaders if Coastal Commission gets away with doing what they're proposing in this document. Your staff said it. I don't mean to say unwittingly, but I do not think it was the intent of your staff. But let me read to you the truth in this staff report. It was not the intent of the staff to besmirch the city, is what I mean to say. Morro Bay is unlike other coastal towns in that we do not have a high inventory of high-cost hotels. Quite an epitaph. Pismo Beach, highest bed tax in the county, knocks down over $1 million a month. Look at the rates the city of Morro Bay has. I quote the staff report, $122 a night. What do you think the hotels on the Embarcadero charge a night in your city? Any idea? Weekend, $400. You're going to tell Mr. Redican he's going to put a hotel up on the Embarcadero and rent it for $122 a night? No. You're telling him to rent it for 80% of $122 a night. $96. Motel 6 on the Embarcadero. Boy, if there's anything you 5 men and I need to do is roll our sleeves up with your city council and come back to the Coastal Commission, not hostile, but creative, and explaining that that's not what this city needs. And believe me, if we let them have their way with this, every other hotel in this city, as it redevelops, as it tries to grow, will be burdened with this same disaster. I don't know the answer yet, but believe me, I'm going to roll my sleeves up and go to work with Scott and Cindy and try to come up with a better formula. You folks, I need your help. One more item. This one is a moving target, eelgrass. I want you all to be aware, at this point, we have now conducted three? We've done at least three? 3.5 eelgrass studies. We will be obliged to do one more just before we start construction. Now, at this point, the Coastal Commission staff has been generous with us in not insisting with this application that we go out and do another one. The reason why is simple. Eelgrass is a very elusive creature. It moves, it ebbs, it flows. This entire region, the South Central Coast, has been unable to put together a comprehensive eelgrass program. They managed to do it in Southern California. Newport Beach has one. You just pay some money and your problems go away. We haven't managed to get that worked out here yet. Coastal Commission knows that we need to do an eelgrass study just before we start to build. When that takes place, we're going to be back in front of the city after we've gone through our precise plan, after we have gone to Coastal Commission, after we come back to this city to make sure that the city approval and what the Coastal Commission ultimately is approving are all in sync with one another. It's going to be at that time, we'll put the divers in the water again, do another eelgrass study. When that happens, one thing I will assure you, the configuration of the docks will change. Why you see it such a gerrymandered mess the way it is now, we're playing dodgeball around little plants. Those plants are going to change. There may be more of them in a year. There may be fewer. That dock will be modified. Okay, that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any of your questions.
I'm sure we'll have questions, but we will hold them all till the end of public comment.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else who would like to speak on this issue? Very well then. Are there questions for the applicant?
Okay. Since our last run through at this, there was a planning commission condition that we required the 10-foot lateral access across that south side where the ramp is. I don't see it on these plans. I think that's what we required, wasn't it?
Verifying. There's a condition that the condition 20 under planning condition 20 that Cindy referenced earlier that requires to the greatest extent feasible to provide potential to connect to the adjacent lease site, but there's nothing that requires that particular little section right there to be wider than it is.
Okay, well, it still doesn't connect to the adjacent lease site.
It's there right now. There's nothing that stops the public right this minute from, unless they want to get run over by a forklift, from walking onto that other lease site. There is no, it's not a ramp or anything else. The pavement just moves from one property to the other. It's there.
About a 2-foot elevation change.
That's going to be their problem when they build on the next property. We're not going to change our grade for them. We shouldn't. We shouldn't.
So you don't believe that there should be interconnectivity between the two sites?
Absolutely not. That is, That is an industrial operation that takes place there.
Well, it's not going to be an industrial operation forever.
And when they change it, they will take care of building their own access. We can take our access right to their property line. We're happy to do that. We'll stripe it, do anything you want.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got a general question. Sorry. Why did you guys switch over to a hotel? Why not? Why are you doing this? Why are you going with a? Why not leave it as a restaurant?
About the only thing that works as a second-level commercial space sometimes is a restaurant. It hasn't been all that successful for Doug. Something that works very successfully as a second-level space and better on the second level than the first is a hotel.
So it's basically economics, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, and when you switch the use, here's one of the things that I am concerned about is like the privatization of view sheds. Okay, because when you have a restaurant, you come up. How do you feel about that? I mean, what's your feeling on that? Like when you have a commercial space upstairs, people can view it, people can enjoy it. When you put a hotel, suddenly it's kind of privatized.
Well, a hotel is still a commercial use.
Yeah, but I mean, to see the view, one guy could have a glass of wine for $9, but you'd have to, right? Okay,
That's right. Yeah.
okay. And one of have you collab or corresponded with some of the harbor advisories that people that are involved in this watershed master plan? Have you talked to any of the advisory boards in that, or any of people in harbor?
The harbor department, you mean?
Yeah, because
I have relationships with the harbor department.
Okay, and what are their feelings on this project?
I really couldn't tell you.
Yeah, because the reason why I'm asking that is because we're doing this update on this plan, and I'm just trying to see if there's collaboration.
I have a question. I'm returning to the lateral ramp. So you don't feel that you have any responsibility to sort of cooperate in building something that will accommodate the extension of that lateral access to the next property? So that essentially, because you're building first, the responsibility of connecting to the southern neighbor will essentially be the southern neighbors. Is that pretty much your position?
Yeah, in general, but let's take a look at what we're talking about. May I move over to the board here? I'll speak loud.
You're right in there.
All of this land you see here, this is at grade. There's no grade change that occurs in this area. Here's your property line. This is, what's the name of the next door name?
Well, it's Dutchman, but it's a working fishing unit with.
If somebody wants to,
We've done all the way up to their lease side.
please. Here's the access as we're moving through the Embarcadero. We are building all of this additional 10 feet public access, exclusive public access. We get ourselves onto this ramp. The ramp gets us up to grade level at this point. Public access, 10 feet all the way up to the Embarcadero of the street. At this point, if you would like us to, we will continue whatever decoration we're going to be proposing here, to like the yellow brick road. If you want us to take that paving type and take it all the way over here, 10 feet wide to our property line, I'm happy to do it. That gets us to the property line. Correct that?
No, our property line is right where we end now at the trash enclosure.
Well,
What, Van Buren, I'm pretty sure, no, the Van Buren property line is that road and it goes from, we had,
hold on a second, we're going to ask Cindy to help us with this.
and if you tried to do that, it would impact fishing, the guy that's working there.
Yeah.
I would just say if you're going to provide public testimony, to speak before the microphone so we can record it on with the minutes.
I think the map's accurate. I think the map is accurate. Okay.
So, this plan doesn't show you connection.
Here's your property line. If you want to take this, sir, and take it right to that property line, I'm delighted to do it. There's absolutely no objection. But what I'm getting at,
Maybe a little bit.
if you take
Okay.
one step onto this property, you are in an industrial zone. I don't think.
So this isn't working at all?
It's been working.
It has?
Yeah, we can hear it back there.
You misunderstand my question.
Microphone to hear it, otherwise it doesn't get recorded.
I understood. Okay.
My question,
Okay, it is. Okay. So can you explain what you just explained to him again?
I sure can.
Thanks. All right.
Yes, the maps are absolutely correct. That is accurate. If the commission would like us to show a paving section going right to the extent of our property, all the way, we're happy to do that. But I want to caution everybody, once you step past that space, you are in an industrial commercial area. That is a commercial fishing enterprise. That's forklifts, that's heavy equipment, that's bringing up all sorts of crates off of boats, throwing them on the docks. This is a processing operation that takes place there. When and if that use changes, and the public would have a safe time navigating across that next area, gentlemen, that's the right time to start promoting access that way.
I'm sorry, it's my fault, because I think I didn't quite communicate what I was asking. Certainly, it's not realistic to contemplate doing something now, but when I asked if you felt you had any, or your applicant had any responsibility for that, that responsibility would go into the future. So I guess what I was really asking was, sometime in the future, when that property is perhaps redeveloped into something sort of retail, and they have to make a connection to that lateral walkway, I believe your position is the responsibility for making that connection will be the neighbor to the south and not yours.
No, then I misspoke in that regard. We will assure you that we will keep, as long as Doug is the leaseholder on this site, that we will keep the availability to extend that access. We will always keep that available.
Well, I guess what I was foreseeing was that it wouldn't be simply an extension. There might have to be some sort of accommodation between the various grades of the property, and you might have to redo some of that lateral walk. That's what I was getting at.
I would have a hard time agreeing with that.
I understand. Okay, I just want to be clear what your position was.
We work with our grades. We make everything on our property work. And here's a classic example, sir. You get on the other side of the property where the Centennial Parkway is going to come down. The city-owned, the city has a viewing platform. That viewing platform is sitting, if I remember, Mike, what, 2 feet? 2 feet above us. Are we asking the city to lower their viewing platform to tie with us? We have knocked ourselves out proposing to build a new ramp diagonally 10 feet wide to connect that viewing platform to our project. And it's a ramp. It's at a full 8% cross slope. We are doing that. We're taking up the slack because this is the project that we're proposing. When our neighbor down the road gets ready to do something, that individual is going to be obliged to figure out how to make that connection.
I just have a couple of very specific questions. On the diagram there, the new vertical access that's labeled number 37 that comes up from the waterfront side towards the view corridor. It's on the screen there. It's the area that's got horizontal cross hatching on it.
So,
Just on the right side, on the south side. Right there, yeah. So that area is, that walkway is coming up, and you've got a ramp which is coming down, which is sloped. So how are those two going to connect?
The walkway that you're referring to, that's dead flat. That will be at the same elevation as the existing patio. That is an all-new 10-foot extension that'll be exclusive for the public. As it moves back towards the building, the public will then have to do a wraparound, what would be a better term for it? A hairpin turn, if you will. They'll actually have to turn to the left, navigate around a little corner, and then start navigating themselves up that ramp. And a lot of this is done to make sure that we're maintaining a not greater than 8% ADA compliant condition out there.
Right. So then is it not the area that's labeled ramp, which is the ramp, right? Is it not feasible to make that wider than because that is sort of a choke point right now? Is it not possible to widen that to some greater width?
What it would require is building out over the revetment, building more structure out in that area.
So that is actually that's over water at this point.
That's over rock.
It's over rock.
That's over the revetment. Yeah, okay. I mean, we're going to be building it. You'd be asking us to build another bridge. We're already building one on the other side of this project. Bear in mind, when this project was approved, there was no such thing as 10-foot requirements. 8 feet was more than anything. Look at the 2 feet we're being asked to add all the way across the front of this.
Yeah, but it was never 3 feet.
Ramps typically are about that width. In fact, to meet ADA, these ramps, this new, I believe, Michael, is it 8 or 10 foot wide? The one that's connecting the viewing platform to the north? 10 feet wide? Yeah. Don't be surprised if you see an intermediate handrail on that ramp.
Now, let me ask you about that, because one thing I don't understand, too, is there's an existing walkway that comes west, basically along the side of the building now.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it looks like it kind of, how does that connect to the new diagonal ramp? In other words, how are those two going to relate to each other?
I'm not sure that it really does. That becomes redundant at that point. Right now, that is the way that the pedestrians get themselves onto that deck surface.
Right.
Is following that little pathway.
Right.
Coastal staff, when they reviewed this project, started pushing for trying to make a connection from the city's overlook, the large platform at the end of the street. So that's why we're trying to accommodate them in building this other diagonal.
Right. So I'm just wondering then, how does that little piece there still serve a purpose, or?
I don't think it does. There, Doug has a door there, but that once you walk out the door, that's the door to the bar. You could just as easily get on this new ramp we're proposing and get us right back up to the street.
And then I guess, again, it's a very specific question, but I'm wondering why the choice was to put the ramp diagonally like that rather than making it L-shaped. In other words, going
height. The diagonal gives us the extra feet in length necessary to maintain the maximum 8% slope. Without that, we couldn't do it.
If you went L-shaped, it would actually be longer for the same change in elevation, so the slope would be less.
You mean doing two pieces. Bear in mind, you can't do them and have them as 10 feet wide. That's the problem. We couldn't get the length. Remember, these are not 3-foot wide sections. It would be a 10-foot wide section that then needs to have a 6-foot flat area. And if it was then going to turn into another 10-foot section moving the other direction, the flat area would have to be 10 feet by 10 feet. There's just not enough space to do it.
So I guess and excuse me if I'm not understanding, but I guess what you're saying is that if it were to go north-south and then turn east-west, there would have to be a flat area where the two join.
10 feet square.
That could not continue to slope downward.
Correct.
Okay, gotcha.
You betcha. You can thank the Americans with Disability Act for all those rules.
Okay. Okay, that's all I've got. Anyone else have additional questions? If not, then we will thank you, close public comment, bring it back to Commission for discussion.
Thank you very much.
Well, Jerry, we're going inboard to outboard tonight, so you're up.
This is a fun one. I have some serious concerns about this. And, the lateral access and the access to the bay is a primary concern to me, and having it a welcoming experience for everybody involved. I strongly disagree that they don't have any commitment or any responsibility to try to act to the adjacent neighbors and to make the connection with the walkway, the bayside walkway, to the adjacent neighbors. I think, now is the time for the planning to make those connections and to meet basically halfway, or whatever they can do reasonably. I'm concerned about a 3-foot ramp there on that lateral, 3-foot wide ramp on that lateral. I'm also really concerned about the deck over the existing walkway, the roof, over the new lateral walkway. It creates an imposing situation that is not that inviting for the public. I would rather see it removed and open where the public access is and lateral walkway, and have that railing, instead of being the posts on that bay side, be the standard condition, the standard bay side railing detail that we have, as a visual clue for the public that is a continual walkway for public access. Changing the standard there creates kind of a privatization of that access, just visually. The other, I don't know how to use those public access spaces the best. I can see them. I can see the intent, or the original intent was to make it a lively public space that they could use for festivals and to create activity and to create life in that area, and I think it still could be. But what it's become is a commercialized, privatized space by blocking it off with podiums and tables and merchandise, out there into the public space. And I think that's going to take some serious consideration how to make that a viable public space that doesn't have to have constant code enforcement to say to those vendors that, no, this is not your space. This is the citizens of Morro Bay and the citizens of California and the citizens of the United States. This is their place that they have access to by right. So those are my concerns. I'm not as much concerned about the viewing deck up top. The access to it is incredibly horrid. It's not comforting. It's not easily accessible. And when it's privatized into a hotel space, it's even going to be less inviting up there. So, but I'm really concerned about the ground space. That plaza needs to remain as public space and not be a commercialized privatized space. So I would like to see all the permanent furniture removed, but that may not be the best solution. So I'm open for some better ideas than I have about it, but it's not working the way it is and hasn't been working and is not the benefit that our open view corridors are supposed to be.
Yeah.
I second the notion that this is a fairly complicated proposition before us. So I'm going to try and be as organized as I can in the issues that I have something to say about. With respect to the downstairs space, I'm of the opinion that it should remain commercial to sort of maintain and encourage commercial spaces on the Embarcadero. We want to encourage them to build up a kind of a synergy, and I think putting even a temporary office in there does a disservice to sort of improving the vitality of the Embarcadero. With respect to that second-story deck, I applaud the generosity of the applicants in allowing members of the public to go up there and enjoy any area of the deck. But I'm also of the opinion that the signage that notifies the public of that is typically woefully inadequate. So I'd like to see us do something about that signage in terms of enlarging it and artistically making it more inviting so that we have a perception on the part of the public that they are indeed warmly welcomed up there. With respect to the lateral access, I would like to see the roofing and the windscreens removed, so that one, it's more in keeping with the other access areas on other properties. So to me, roofed-in structure, the perception of the audience, of the public, is that it's somehow part of the structure and therefore part of a commercial entity, and in some subtle ways, it's uninviting to the public. And in addition, I just think that access to the beautiful harbor should be open to the elements so they can really appreciate everything that's part of Morro Bay. With respect to the parking, I'm reluctant to establish a precedent this early that would designate specific parking spaces for any entity, for fear that others would come back in the future and we would have some difficulties with that. And then I'm hearing that the parking demands are significantly less for a hotel operation than for a restaurant operation. So at this point, until proven otherwise, I think there's probably adequate parking to service a hotel operation. And I'm in view of just how I'm aware of just how expensive parking spaces are. And so at the very least, we should evaluate what the economic value of those parking spaces are before we in any way designate them for specific use. The low-cost hotel accommodations. In theory, I like the idea of people less affluent being able to come to Morro Bay and enjoy the view of the bay. But even more importantly, I think we ought to have some evidence of how that kind of a restriction would work, because frankly, I know nothing about it. And it could be a list of horribles, or it could actually work to the benefit. And frankly, I'm ignorant of it, and I don't want to decide on it until I have some evidence of how it's been implemented and how it's been operating in other areas in general. Let's see, what else? Oh, okay, now to the public plaza area. The use of any kind of tables, I think, is sort of inconsistent with a public plaza. Again, the perception, I think, on the public would be that this is a place to sit down and have a meal, and the restaurants are there and the vendors are there. I think seating is more appropriate, and people typically have a bit of food or a drink, and they feel quite comfortable just sitting in a chair, families and the like. So I would exclude tables. But I'm also wondering, now a portion of that is to be repaved as access to the lateral access. So it's a portion of it is to be paved as vertical access. But again, that just serves to tell the public their perception is that part of this area belongs to me as a public, and perhaps another portion doesn't. So I would like to see sort of a uniformity, if not in the actual concrete, at least in the color, things to be done to say that all the public are welcome to enjoy all of that area. And I'm afraid the position that the applicant doesn't bear any responsibility, albeit in the future, to bear some of the financial cost of connecting to his neighbor to the south. I can't accept that. Our job as a planning commission is to impose some kind of rationality and some planning on how these properties get connected, and to say that that connectivity is going to be exclusively the neighbor to the south, and that neighbor must bear all of the financial responsibility of dealing with a variation in grade or whatever. I really don't know what it will be, but I'd certainly like to be able to come back to both parties and say, look, we have to share in that. And just a general comment, particularly with respect to the northern vertical access. Admittedly, it's being very improved because we now have this bridge to that outcropping that's a little further to the north. But again, the signage at the corner, at the street level, is very inadequate to tell people that this is an access way. I've spoken before about how we need to have some sort of uniformity between the sidewalk and the access way. Indeed, I'd like to see some kind of a build out, maybe even if we sacrifice that parking space closest to the road, so that we could more visually say, this is the sidewalk and this will lead. Right now, when I was looking there, I could see the sign, I believe it says grill, is many times the dimensions of the coastal commission sign, which is way at the end of the access, and so it's simply not, the public is simply not aware. Those are my thoughts.
Michael.
I'm fine with whatever we're doing with the roof deck upstairs. I just wish the building was reversed up there. It seems to me like in the long run you would wish the terrace was facing the north with all of the things that are going to happen there instead of the south. But that's pretty far down the line. In terms of the lateral access north-south, I think the north end is satisfactory. I share my colleagues' concerns about the covered part along the west elevation, but I think there's a whole problem with the west elevation altogether architecturally. The part that connects the central portion to the south site, I think this is horribly problematic. The tiny ramp going down and having to turn around and then go on the diagonal past the wind-screened outdoor seating for the restaurant and then on another material base is really, I totally agreed with you when you said we need to get it right, and that's not right. I don't know what the solution is except to reserve the capacity to take that flat new 10-foot section and somehow connect it to something to the south. The ramp that's being used here in this case seems to be something that's existing. I'm willing to think about that as a provisional access until the property to the south is developed, and then try to make something more substantial, connect the 10-foot continuity to the next site. In terms of the south terrace or patio or whatever we want to have, call it there, I'm not particularly sensitive to people seated in that area. I do think we need the access at the 10 feet wide to be clear and marked through there so that that's not impacted by what seems to be a privatization without a demarcation. So if we can get the demarcation line in there, I'm not concerned about additional seating outside of the demarcation that's public use. It doesn't bother me to have people sit on the planters and things like that, but I don't think we should be putting merchandise out in that area. If people are purchasing something to eat from those facilities and seated in seating that's outside that 10-foot walkway, I think that's okay with me. The west elevation, I think the upper part of the west elevation is not satisfactory. It looks like we have 3 different types of articulation for the porches up there. We're going, it seems like we have a couple different renditions of what that's going to look like. The one that's on P4, see, that one's a little different than the one that's in our package as P4. This P4, the one on the right, is sloping all the way up to the coping. The center one is dying on a slope into the wall, and the third one on the left has a kind of open trellis kind of look. I'd like them to be consistent, that's all. I don't care which one it is. I think the one on the left is problematic to make that way because of the angle of the main roof that you're continuing out there to keep that profile to the west. It wouldn't bother me if they're all trellised, as opposed to trying to make them match some kind of slope. I know that the addition here appears to be sloped on the south end. So it seems to me like between the one that's in our digital package and the one that's on the screen, there was some concern on the part of the applicant as to what the right thing would be in the first place. I don't think they're there yet. So I'm concerned about having that much diversity. And I think this is also where you see that looks like a private space as opposed to a walkway, even though it's been made to go 10 feet now. I think the railing's much better this way. But I do think given the scale of the harbor, taking somebody into a porch-like structure is not the best way to go about it. So those are my comments.
This project wasn't easy. I kept bouncing back and forth on it, and one of the things that I was concerned with was the parking. Okay, now after looking at the parking situation, with a restaurant, you got more congestion, and congestion is a derivative of time, so it's a certain times of years. So times of a day and certain days, so you get more congestion. And with a hotel, it's more steady state, maybe, where you don't have the the impacts. as far as with respect to time. However, I do have a concern with designating parking for hotel use on the Embarcadero. And I think I'd like to echo what Joe was saying as far as the value of that. There's value in that, and if that was going to be set, we should have some kind of quantifiable number there. Regarding one of the things that was mentioned was the city goal being, one of the things is maximum use, maximum public access. Well, for me, part of that is the use of this project has changed completely to me. Well, not completely, but significantly when you start putting in hotels on the upper floor. Now, for me, when I'm looking at it now, that's more of a privatization of a public enjoyment of use as from a general standpoint. A view shed, for instance. Yeah, the people that could afford they can have their view, but it doesn't create any buzz for that environment, like like a restaurant or like live music in a restaurant would do in the Embarcadero, in that area. A couple of the issues as far as like the lateral access and those concerns, my fellow commissioners more eloquently presented that concern of mine. I agree with that. And then the applicant mentioned, how do you see visitors use this space? And that's the point to me is we're changing the use of it. Okay, it's going to be. We have a hotel that's similar down the way, the Anderson Hotel, and that use had changed as far as the activity around it since it became a hotel. The low-cost visitors serving part, I am surprised that the Coastal Commission is even talking about that. I have no idea where they're going with that, but that part of it, I don't understand why they would even be involved in that. Eelgrass. Commissioner Luer and several times in other meetings that when we talked, and I as well, I feel that eelgrass issues on any development, we need to start addressing it, and there's movement in legislature right now, and maybe, Scott, I know you have a lot of leisure time on your hand whenever, but maybe there's some kind of a grant or something where we can hire somebody to deal with this, and deal with it like now. So when we're looking at projects, we're looking at the waterfront master plan, we got a plan in the mix there, okay? Because this kind of, I understand the eelgrass, I understand the sequestration, the health of the bay, I understand that, and I feel that. But I also, like I think you mentioned, running around, building around 5 square feet of eelgrass doesn't make any sense to me, you know what I mean? And it's not fair to the developer either. So I think the other part that's kind of bothering me on this is I feel, we got Harvard looking at this, and they're doing their, advising the city council on the waterfront master plan. We haven't, GPAC's looking at it. We haven't, as a planning commission, really gotten into the meat and potatoes of it. And I feel like when we get these kind of projects, especially when you have use changes like this, it's kind of has a tendency to piecemeal it, and we kind of box ourselves in to what we're doing on the Embarcadero. And maybe in an opinion, somebody's opinion say, yeah, it's kind of following the plan that we're doing. But I would like to have maybe more like public involvement in those kind of discussions on a planning level, maybe, and I was, one of the things I did is I went there this morning, and I walked over to Thailand's, and I'm just kind of looking at this whole kind of scene right there, the whole area. And I think, this is something off on a tangent a little bit, but I think it would be like, as a body, as a planning commission, to go out on the Embarcadero together and get a perspective, kind of, when we start talking about waterfront, we could all kind of be there and kind of see what's happening, but with regards to this project, I feel that there's a lot of the conditions, a lot of the issues that were put into the package were with respect to a certain project. And I think that the change is significant in this, that it merits pause. I'm just a little nervous about it that way,
Okay, well, I'm going to agree with a number of things that have been said. I had a concern about the screening of the trash cans. I'm glad that the city council sort of already dealt with that, put that condition in. I would like to, that condition number, I think it's 21. I would like to propose that we add to that condition the word self-closing for the gates. One of the issues I see on the Embarcadero is that the gates are there, but sometimes they're left open. So I'd like to see the springs that self-close the gates when they're not in use. For tables, as far as the south plaza area or the south view corridor, we have a combination here of public space and potentially private use space, although the view is protected for the public. So I guess the question is, the applicants have proposed delineating that area, which is sort of exclusively for public use. So I guess that the question I would have, there's definitely a need for seating in that area. I see people sitting there quite frequently. I don't know about tables. I mean, what we have there right now is a candy shop, and a video arcade. And so there's nothing really that you would put on a dining table to eat unless you're bringing your own lunch. You know what I'm saying? So I could sort of see tables towards the back, say behind, west of the round planter, and then maintaining the eastern part of that, sort of the entryway, with only benches, and benches that are parallel to the walkway, not perpendicular, which tends to create an appearance of blocking. In terms of landscaping, I think staff is correct. There's not a lot of landscaping on this site for the size of it, and I would like to see the existing planter kept. The other question that I sort of had is that one of the plans showed that planter being removed, but also showed the box that's next to it being removed, which appears to me to be some sort of a utility box, which would not be easily removed. So if the utility box is going to remain, it has to be screened. It's required to be screened, and landscaping is one of the ways to screen it. That planter, again, is a very popular place for people to sit. My feeling is if it ain't broke, don't fix it, you know? I mean, it seems to be working. In terms of, number one, I just, before I keep going, the one thing I did forget to say, and I really want to say it, is I really like this project, okay? I mean, I think that this is I think second floors are very challenging for almost any kind of business that's up there, and I think that a hotel and that bringing people down to the Embarcadero to stay, you know, so that they haven't gone home at 6 o'clock in the evening, is good. I think it's a good project. I think it's also good that they're sort of adapting a structure that's already there rather than tearing it down and rebuilding it. In terms of the design of the hotel, however, I'm glad to hear the proposal to switch off to make the proposed office into a guest room and bring the office downstairs, at least temporarily. One of the things that occurred to me in looking at the plans is that an ideal place for the office, and you know, not only bringing the office downstairs is a good idea, but in my opinion, and I'm just throwing out my opinion, the entrance to this hotel needs to be better defined than that little door in the front, okay? One of the problems I have seen, honestly, with this building is that entrance is not very visible. It's not very, you know, inviting. And then when you come in, you got to deal with the elevator or the stairways to get to whatever's upstairs. One thought that I had, I'm just going to throw it out here, is that the current arcade, which is a pretty good sized space, okay, and the current downstairs retail shop, which is currently a psychic shop, okay, could be switched. The arcade could go in where the psychic shop is. The office could go in where the arcade is right now, or at least in part of that space, okay? That is, to me, it would be very simple to open up a door in the back of that arcade space, which would lead people coming to check into the hotel directly to the elevator and the stairway. Makes a good flow, you know? And then you can have like a reception desk, like a regular hotel where people check in and, you know, and whatever office space and laundry you need, and have a little bit of merchandise in there as well for, you know, for sort of souvenir kind of stuff. It could be, you know, an attractive kind of welcoming entry to the hotel. One thing I would, going back to the landscaping, the other thing I would like to see, guys, is I'd like to see the merchandise. You know, you don't have much landscaping as it is, and it's being taken up with a lot of merchandise for sale, which is, number one, not permitted, okay? And I would like to see the absence of that merchandise as part of this, part of the conditions of this permit. One thing I'd like to bring up is the idea of security. Okay, hotel security. You're going to need to think about how your guests are going to get in after the restaurant is closed. You're going to need some sort of a key lock system on one of the exterior doors so that guests can get in and people who aren't guests, you know, can't get in. That needs to be thought about. The idea of parking, I do not support the idea of having a condition for leased parking in this permit. It doesn't belong there, okay? In other words, if the applicant here would like to negotiate a lease for 9 parking spaces with the city, great, go for it. But it doesn't belong as a condition of this development, okay? There's no relationship between the two. I think the the whole issue of in lieu fees has been brought up, you know, that we paid in lieu fees, and yeah, it's true. And what you get for paying in lieu fees is you get to build a building that's about twice as big as you would if you had put the parking on site. That's an economic decision. I think it was a good economic decision, but you didn't buy parking spaces in a particular location when you paid the in lieu fees. And then finally, to get down to the rates, okay? Yeah. When you're talking about value, okay, you've got to compare oranges with oranges, okay? So you can't say, you know, Morro Bay has a lot of hotels that serve hamburgers, okay? Here's a hotel that's serving New York steak, you know, so you can't say, well, you ought to be able to buy the New York steak for 80% of the cost of a hamburger. You know, that to me, that just doesn't make any sense, okay? So, and this whole idea of affordable visitor serving accommodations is not a local concept. It's a statewide concept, okay? So it certainly doesn't, if we say, okay, Morro Bay generally has lower cost accommodations than a lot of coastal communities, and we're going to only allow 80% of the lower amount, doesn't make sense, you know. So my proposal would be this, okay? If we want to talk about reasonable cost, you know, reasonable lower cost accommodations, let's look at apples and apples, okay? In other words, let's say we'll look at the rates charged by 20 hotels, which are oceanfront, okay, which are waterfront hotels, okay, which are located in Central California, and that will be our basis for what the standard is. And look at maybe 80% of that, you know what I'm saying? Not 80% of hotels which are very, very dissimilar, okay? So maybe say 10 of those hotels will have to be in San Luis Obispo County. The other 10 can be elsewhere on the Central Coast. But some, you know, and that's just, I'm just throwing that out as a theoretical standard, but something which says we want it to be affordable for a comparable room, you know, and all rooms are not comparable. So, you know, that may be a way to sort of start talking to the Coastal Commission about the affordability issue. So I think, yeah, I agree. I think the elevation, the west elevation, I agree with Michael. I think the west elevation needs some needs some work. Personally, I don't mind the roof over the lateral access way so much, as long as you know, they talk about skylights. So as long as there are sufficient skylights that this does not appear to be an enclosed space, I would probably be okay with that. Maybe even not so much skylights as, you know, cutout areas in the roof. So you'd be going through areas of light and shadow. That might be somewhat interesting. There's a couple of specific things that very quickly, a couple of just specific things for the staff report in terms of planning commissioner conditions. Condition number 11. It talks about the 30% view corridor. It says, shall be maintained with no furniture, item, table, umbrellas, or hostess stands. Guys, it's a view corridor. You can't have anything over 30 inches. So it should, I would like it to say furniture, item, table, umbrellas, landscaping, hostess stands, or other object to exceed 30 inches, just so that it's clear. Then I would just remove condition 14 and let you know, if they want to negotiate with the city for a lease of exclusive use on parking spaces at certain times of day, go for it. But it doesn't need to be here.
Good.
Sure.
Could I interrupt you for a second on that part? parking issue. One of the things I realized is that we don't have any charge points anywhere for electric vehicles on the Embarcadero. So if we're going to be negotiating a lease for parking, that this would be an ideal opportunity to have an electric vehicle charging station on the Embarcadero in the public parking space. So that's almost going to be a requirement for people traveling to the Central Coast to be able to charge their vehicles overnight, to be able to make it back home. So I think that should be a consideration in the parking requirements.
You certainly can make the recommendation to council if you so desire.
Yeah, again, I'm not sure that relates to this project, though. I mean, I think we need to change the standards for parking lots in general. But
right, but if we're leasing parking places in our public parking spot, they're next to the maintenance yard shack. It's an ideal opportunity to where we've got power to power feed to a charge point right there. So I think, realizing, of course, that whatever's negotiated is probably temporary, because in all likelihood, this parking lot's going away in the not too distant future.
I guess the concern I had is, why do we care where the lease space are? I mean, that's a function of the viability of the hotel to get spaces that are viable for their guests to want to pay the amounts that they're asking them to pay. I mean, it's a market-driven thing.
It's a little bit of a partnership on our part. And so, the hotel operators, folks that do this for a living, that we've spoken to, have indicated a desire to have, designated parking spaces. And so we have to have that. And so it's a reasonable request. And so we should have the conversation. I think your input's very valuable in that. And certainly that would be what I would convey is the desire of the Planning Commission to the City Council for this. But this is the first one that we're going to see of these, and we're probably going to see at least two others in the not too distant future. So we need to start asking the questions now, and the folks that have, are dealing with some of the other potential projects that would come forward will also be looking for something like this. So we need to have the conversation about what that might look like. And the solution may simply be, based on how we've conditioned this, it's after 6 o'clock. Well, you can go park anywhere after 6 o'clock on the Embarcadero pretty much any day of the week. It's not, they're not full. But, if that makes it more palatable, and it does make it better for folks who are coming here and have the parking place, and that makes it better for the rooms to be rented, then maybe that's something we want to consider or test. Maybe it doesn't make any difference, because literally, if you came back when they came back into town, they left and they went wine tasting for the day and came back, and they came back at 4 and the spaces were full. One of those spaces was full. They'd probably just go park someplace else, because again, probably around 4 o'clock, you probably still could find without too much difficulty parking spaces. So, how much would they be used? I don't know. I mean, that's the thing. We don't know until you try it out.
I guess I'm part of what both the applicant and some of the discussion up here said is why do we need some of these clauses about specificity in this document? When are we going to start looking at where every project leases spaces to satisfy their parking desires or requirements? I mean, that seems to be
Probably not. We just haven't gotten to a point where we resolve what the parking solution is. In fact, it's part of the draft goals and objectives for the next fiscal year. It's part of the information that I provided in the last item on the agenda this evening. So, yeah, I mean, we're going to be going down that road. These are sort of interim solutions, at least how I viewed them. And I don't know if they pass muster or not. Seemed worthwhile to take a look at. Certainly, when you have people that run hotels telling you that this is something they need, you sort of want to listen, because you don't want to set those folks up for failure. And because they're people that run hotels, I sort of give them deference when it comes to things they need to run their hotels and businesses successfully.
I guess is this a chicken and the egg thing where we're starting to encumber city spaces that have been viewed as public parking for private designation? I mean, isn't that a separate public hearing kind of thing as a policy on parking in the Embarcadero district?
That's a city council decision,
right,
ultimately.
So why are we doing that?
Good thing is these go to the city council. So,
okay. But I just have to point out, it seems like we're going in the opposite direction that we should be going, okay? Which is, you know, we used to, you know, back in the old days say, you got to have your parking places on site. You got to have them in this designated spot where your business is, okay? Then we put in lieu programs and stuff like that. This seems almost like going back to saying, okay, now we've got these spaces that are private again, which
So as I was
I don't
saying,
think is the direction we should be going.
and I don't know how valid the desire is, because as I stated, I've never had much of an issue parking, you know, in the afternoon, late afternoons, anywhere along in the area of the Embarcadero. There's spaces available typically any day during the middle of the summer. So I don't know that you know, that's why we put the time at 6, because I think pretty much you can find spaces to park. But it's probably something worth checking out to see if it is an issue or not. I mean, that's anecdotal information just from my personal experience, and not somebody testing it out to show you how it works or it doesn't work.
However, while we're talking about parking, one thing I would like to throw out, the one thing that does seem to me unique about a hotel is that people are coming there with a bunch of stuff that they need to get out of their car and into their room. And I really wonder if one loading space is enough. I would almost like to suggest that we provide 2, which would also potentially give a space for some of the truck loading and unloading that occurs, you know, earlier in the day. So it kind of be a dual purpose.
Yeah, I mean, they show one, so. But you're right. I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's certainly within the breadth of decision-making process for the commission.
Okay, so
We're recommending as opposed to approving?
Well, ultimately, this goes from here to the city council.
So can we just recommend that the parking issue be discussed by council rather than encumbering our recommendation with specifics?
I mean, I think none of you really seem to like it much. So I don't have a problem, you know, putting that forward and saying the desire of the planning commission was that maybe we don't go down this road. That's fine. I mean, that's part of your job, you know, is to make recommendations on these types of things to the city council as these things move forward. So that's good input and valid for the city council. And I don't know where they're going to come down on this or not. It's not a conversation to this point that we've really had with them. We're going to have future parking discussions sort of incrementally over time, but this one hasn't come up. But we have a project now that's coming forward, and certainly it's something that some of the other proponents of projects coming forward that were going to be similar to this, that, you know, folks that actually ran hotels said, I don't know how this would work without having designated parking spaces for overnight, you know, accommodations.
And to designate specific spaces for the hotel is in a way to suggest a kind of an economic rating, given there's a finite number of spaces. And I'm thinking that that's probably not the best way to do it. If we're going to do something like this, we should allow some sort of market mechanism to determine who gets to park there. Meaning hotels will have their vehicles parked there for a long time, and commercial visitors to the stores will be there a short time. And how valuable is that to the people who frequent the stores, and how valuable is it to the hotel guest? And there should be that kind of economic weighing, and that perhaps we're really talking about some sort of a pay system for that lot, and we figure out who gets to have
an
what.
auction.
Ultimately, we may end up, because one of the directions from the city council in the upcoming fiscal year is to look at paid parking and potentially implement it. I mean, that's their direction to us. And so we'll be looking at that. And certainly that could be what it changes to. In the interim, if the council thinks it's a good idea, they may not. It would be through a lease process that would probably that's going to account for all these other options. Like, you know, this is the deal that we worked out until this parking lot is no longer that, and it's something else, like the new project. Because literally, I wrote an RFQ to develop that property as part of an overall development project that includes the property above it, and that's going to council on the 28th. So this could become moot quickly, at least over the next couple of years or so. So.
It seems to me that, I guess I'm getting the feeling from this discussion that we feel that, correct me if I'm stating it wrong, but we feel that the question of leasing parking spaces to individual businesses should be dealt with as a whole issue and not simply baked into this current process.
You can agree with that and move forward that, thinking to the council. I mean, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm trying to do is kind of distill some things that we all agree on that we can send to council. The number of tables in the south patio, I kind of hear everything from 0 to a few.
Well, I just don't care how many are there as long as they don't impact that 10-foot zone. I think we're talking about a constant movement kind of zone here. There is no other place except on this remote upper terrace to repose here. Everything's about movement. So this is one of the few places you could actually sit in the view corridor and look out to the water for an extended period of time. That's why I don't have any problem with tables there, because everything is a passage point, unless you're at that section off to the right, which doesn't show up there very well. That's the enclosed eating area outside. So I don't mind tables out there personally, as long as they're not in that path.
Well, but, I mean, my response would be that there is a nearby ground floor restaurant, and I think the perception, incorrectly probably, will be that this is in some way not as public as it should be. But maybe as a compromise, we should allow the applicant to do some kind of a rendering with what he thinks are the appropriate number of tables, and we could look at that and sort of decide on the basis of what a picture looks like.
Yeah.
My thoughts on it are I think we keep the tables out of there and allow seating, to set, and even groupings of seatings, but I think tables then become proprietary, and we've had that, and that's the problem we have now.
Yeah.
As soon as you put a table out there, it's the property of somebody.
I agree with Jerry on that one.
Yeah, especially dining height. Dining height table. I mean, if they were coffee table height, it might be a different thing. But the other issue that I hate to bring it up at this late date, but there is a takeout food window there. Okay, and certainly if that takeout food window were to be opened, okay, then whatever tables are nearby would become private dining tables. So,
Something that, if that were to happen, though, certainly it's something they come back for an amendment to. If they wanted to put tables out there and that was the solution, and you could consider it at that point. Obviously, it's not happening now.
Scott, has anybody added up all the signage on this building to see if it's compliance with the sign ordinance?
I don't know if Cindy.
There's
it's got a.
No, I don't think we exactly quantified it all, but they do have a condition currently on the project that at precise plan, we will need all of that math. So not only all the tenant signage, but we'll need all the coastal access signage program. And that will come back before the Planning Commission, and you'll see, here's their sign program, here's the data, yes or no.
Where, what types of signs, how big they are, type of thing.
So if I can maybe try and distill, the idea of tables to something that we all could sort of agree with, is that I get the sense that we're saying that we feel that dining height tables in this area represent a risk of creating a private appearance, and that we feel that benches, standalone chairs, lower tables would be more appropriate. Is that pretty reasonable? Is that something everybody can swallow?
Good direction.
What about the planter, guys? How do you feel about the planter? The existing planter?
Like you said, if it works, stop trying to fix it.
Okay. So
Basically, what I don't like is all the trash cans there.
yeah, there's a lot of them.
There's a lot of them, and, they're in the view corridor.
And they may be city-sponsored trash cans. Thinking of the design, I think the city may have been who put them there.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we were doing this now, we wouldn't allow them.
Yeah, but I don't think they're. I think they're ours. They're the stone ones with the. Yeah, I think they're.
No, I'm talking about the
the dumpsters.
the dumpsters.
Yeah, no.
So I don't think we've had a solution for where the dumpsters should be.
No, but the council has required that they be screened on all sides and covered. So,
Right, but they're still in the view corridor.
Are they? I don't think they are.
They are the ones on the south side. So in 2001, when the applicant got a CUP, the council specifically had a condition on there. They would allow the trash cans in this area, the dumpsters, and that they be limited to no more than 5 feet in height. So essentially, they granted an exception to that 30-inch requirement. And then that was the council of 2001, and then the council of 2016 said, okay, it's condition 23, okay, but they have to have a cover and doors on it.
Right. Self-closing doors.
There you go.
So I think we agree generally that the planter should stay, right? What about the idea of merchandise in the landscape areas? Okay, we agree that should be eliminated. What about the issue of the hotel office being moved downstairs, at least temporarily? Okay, well, let's take it one step at a time. What about the downstairs hotel room? How do we feel about that? That room number 9.
Going to have a lot of complaints on that one.
Yeah.
It's not very
I think there could be serious privacy and security issues with that. So I think we're pretty unanimous in saying let's move that out of there. What about the idea of having a hotel office, however, or lobby or entrance on the ground floor?
I actually think that's probably the best place for it, but the only problem is having it there, like you mentioned, is too far from the elevator and stairway.
Yeah, if we can put the
P2.1.
P2.1 back up. There we go. Is it okay if I walk over here?
I think if you say anything, you might just want to repeat it into the mic when you return. I think if you say anything, you might want to just repeat your comments when you get back to the dais.
All I was suggesting is that this spot right here is larger than this spot over here. But this spot wouldn't allow, if there were just a door put here, there would be a direct access right into the stairway and the elevator from there. So that, this could be an entrance with, welcoming people, maybe a retail shop combined with it, and the front of them could move over here.
While you're getting back up here, I think the reason they're proposing the office or the guest room there is that's a non-producing commercial spot in their building, and so they were trying to put a better use or a least losing use for that spot there.
Well, right, but I mean, if the fun zone is a producing use, it would still be there, it'd just be on the other side. But I'm not advocating, don't think it's up to us to make that decision. I guess what I'm just suggesting is sort of, would we be accepting of the concept of having an entryway office registration area on the first floor? Would we consider that to be an okay use in view of the waterfront master plan?
I guess I'm going to take it a step the other direction. Do we require them to have an on-site office for 8 units? Is there a threshold for having on-site management?
It's up to them based on how they want to operate their hotel. I mean, there's different ways to do it. You could have off-site management,
Yeah.
and how isn't that how one of them operates that way?
Yeah,
I kind of remember one
the
of
Harbor
them.
Suites at 575, 591, they don't have on-site management. It's only 6 units there,
To
though.
me, it's a management issue that they could take any of these spaces on the lower level and say that that's where they want to run their management if there. I wouldn't see any reason to mandate it. 8 units is not a large operation. They have laundry and things like that, but even that could be remoted if they actually wanted to. It's kind of like the on-site parking. I don't want to mandate anybody having to take a retail space for any kind of function on this. I don't think it makes sense to put the residential unit down there, but if they want to put an office there, that doesn't bother me. It's just an operational thing. I think it makes sense there in a way because somebody could park there temporarily, understand that's where the space is, and take their things upstairs. In some ways, it almost makes more sense to use some of these as drop-off areas than something across the street. So this is I'm not going to argue one way or the other. It just doesn't seem to me to be something we need to necessarily be worried about for an 8-unit facility.
But I don't think I think it's the other way around, Michael. I don't think we would be mandating it. You know, the question is would this be an acceptable use under the waterfront master plan if the applicants chose to do that?
Yeah, I can accept the office there.
They actually, Mr. Puglisi, as part of his presentation, put that forward. He says, I realize there's a little bit of, angst about having our hotel room down on the bottom floor, and his solution, I think, to that issue was to, hey, can I flip them? Put the room upstairs where the office is, and the office is down here, at least temporarily until the plaza goes in, at which point that probably becomes a viable commercial space, and they go to some other model, or they carve out some other space for an office, down there, just depending on how that works out.
No, I'm fine with the office down there. I actually prefer another room upstairs to generate some money to pay for some of those other improvements we're asking for.
Yeah, I'm fine with the office downstairs.
Okay. So Richard, you? Yeah. So I think that the recommendation we would be forwarding to council is that the Planning Commission feels that should the applicants choose to locate an office entrance, check-in desks, on the ground floor level, that would not be inconsistent with the waterfront master plan. Okay. What about the rates?
Do we need to specify that we're not really okay with a unit being rented down there, though?
Oh yeah, I think we already.
We got
I think
that.
that's.
Okay.
I think that's done. I think that's a done deal. What about the issue of rates?
Personally, I think that's market driven. This is there for affordable temporary occupancy on near the waterfront. The more affordable things are RV parking. I've worked in a lot of premium hotels, and you have market-driven rates. On high season, you're charging double or triple. On a Wednesday, in January or November, you're giving them at, 60, 45%.
Trivago race.
Yeah. So I think we need to stay out of that, other than advising the city council as far as, for them just to look at TOT revenues and what drives TOT revenues, and that should be the driving factor. I don't think we should be dictating market rate,
I
their performance.
agree. I think we should be out of economic issues like that. The city's gone to great pains to make the whole Atascadero Road corridor, RVs, tents. We've got 2 state parks adjacent to us. We're renting boat slips for people that can stay. I mean, we're going out of our way to make things affordable here.
We've had this conversation. All the things you're bringing up are the exact conversations we've had with the Coastal Commission. No traction.
I would rather see the slips, at least one dedicated to a live board.
So anyway, like I said, we taking it out of our conditions is fine. I guess it probably actually helps the applicant a little bit. If it goes out here and then council agrees, at least the city's standing on that side of it. Ultimately, we're looking at some probably unpopular policy things that are going to be foisted upon us in our LCP, because this is the Coastal Commission telling us what their expectations are, and then they're going to come out with their policy memo, and we're going to have a policy that reflects that in our LCP after we certify it. So that's going to be a fun, interesting conversation to have once we get down that road.
I think we can defend it. We've had public comment here for people expanding the RV park on the other side of 41, asking him to make more affordable spaces there. To me, it's a policy thing. This is a unique asset. I think we ought to stay out of dictating economic concern. If the city feels the Coastal Commission has viability there, let them deal with it with the lease term, with the leasehold.
Yeah, ultimately that's what will happen when they go to get their CDP. Coastal will put whatever condition they put on it, and that'll be the requirement for them to operate.
Yeah.
My bigger concern is actually making these arguments and getting some traction with them in the future as it relates to our LCP update we're in the process of, because this was one of the most concerning things, given our average daily rates are so low. What are we trying to do? We should be having the full gamut of hotel rooms in town, and we don't really have that. Our higher end hotels, rightfully so, are the ones that are down on the water in these boutique type situations.
And we aren't making mid-rise buildings down there.
No.
We don't have the capacity based on making the aesthetics of the harborfront human scale, walkable. We haven't created an aesthetic where we're generating large amounts of income from mid-rise structures.
Yeah.
And I would add, too, that this whole issue of low-cost visitor serving accommodations, it's specifically during the processing of this application, Coastal staff has said, Cindy, how are you addressing the issue of low-cost visitor serving accommodations? And by the way, let me cut and paste your LCP policy that you currently have, because we want to see that addressed, and we will address it at the CDP stage. Now, the manner in which we do it, yes, in the staff report, I acknowledge that it's typically on a case-by-case basis, but a lot of that language in that section of the staff report is a direct outcome of conversation with Coastal staff. And, whether it's as staff presented or something lesser or as Chair Teff presented, the entire city's in the coastal zone.
I have to think, given the abundance of physical access ways to the water and the close proximity of lower cost hotel rooms, because we're a small city, I think you can make a very reasonable argument that we're meeting our responsibility of providing affordable accommodations at the seashore, but albeit we don't have to give them, the $500 view of the rock. I think that would be an unreasonable interpretation of what it means to give people access to the coast. And I know the Coastal Commission notwithstanding, but
You might find this even more interesting. I said, so if we're going to restrict these rooms to the lower cost rooms, how are we making sure they're getting to the folks that they're the ones that need to be able to afford them? They're like, oh, we don't care about that.
They don't care.
I mean, they said we don't have a mechanism for that. I mean, basically, I was like, okay,
Yeah.
Well, that kind of lost me at the conversation when we were there. I was like, this isn't solving anything other than some people win the lottery, basically. You know, like I called and got the $100 room. Woo.
Yeah, and I had the same conversation that Commissioner Ingraffia just said with coastal staff is, sorry, I lost my train of thought here, but essentially, you know, making the argument that the city already meets its requirement when it comes to low-cost visitor serving accommodations. When you look at what our average daily rates are and what tourism says, and they said, that doesn't work, Cindy. We would be looking at this on an application-by-application basis. So as everyone comes forward, it is for that particular parcel or lease site or what have you. What is your, you know, Mr. Developer requirement or condition for low-cost visitor serving accommodations? So, and, you know, like Scott said, we've had zero traction with Coastal Commission so far on this.
I would just add that the goal may be worthwhile, but what Scott has just said is that there really isn't a rational plan to get there. As evidenced by what he just said, how do you assure that low-income people or moderately income people get there? And so in the absence of a plan to achieve your goal, how can you impose your goal, you know, basically?
Yeah. So I guess the bottom line is, and I'm fine with this recommended. I guess the bottom line is our recommendation to council would be, if it is feasible, we would, you know, due to the high percentage of low-cost rooms that are current or accommodations that are currently available in Morro Bay, we would recommend that the council not impose conditions regarding affordability on this project.
Yeah, strike the condition.
You know, and I would add, you know, something to the effect of, and I'm throwing this out for discussion. But if the Coastal Commission will not issue a CDP without such provisions, that at the very least the cost of these rooms should be compared to the cost of similar rooms in other communities and not to dissimilar accommodations.
Maybe we'll take 80% of the rate in Monterey or Carmel. How's that? Tell us what their 80% is. That's what we'll charge.
Or we'd probably take 80% of the rate in Pismo Beach.
Hey, Scott, why? You know, we don't have 200 rooms and stuff. You know, these are small units. Why can't we mitigate? Let me put it this way. Why is this burdening the guy that's building it and not under the umbrella of the city saying, hey, look, we have an inventory here, we can mitigate these things and let us handle it that way? They're not.
I think the Coastal Commission has given this issue a lot of thought, and I don't think they've come up with a solution. I think their solution used to be, hey, we require a mitigation fee. So I worked on a hotel when I was in Pismo, and the mitigation fee was $87,000 or something like that. And they said, you need to go use this. You need to take that money in and go use it to provide lower cost accommodations. Like, okay, it's $87,000. What the heck am I going to do with that? And so they would call us every year, like, what are you doing with that money? And so I couldn't give it to, I asked State Parks, I goes, if we gave you $87,000, could you build an extra camping spot? Because they had a little plan inside of the state park to, hey, we're going to expand over there at some point maybe. I said, well, will this help? I'll give it to you. No, we don't want it. And so I couldn't give the money away. And they're like, why don't you operate a youth hostel? I'm like, well, why don't you operate a youth hostel? I mean, it was like create a new program. I mean, it was $87,000. I mean, it wasn't enough money to do anything. And so they stopped, rightfully so, because I think a lot of cities had that same issue. Like, great, we took this money, we don't have anything to do with it. And so the next iteration of them coming out with something to address affordable accommodations was this. And I think that is at least as flawed as the mitigation fee.
Well, it's worse because the mitigation fee, they could have said, okay, everybody send it to Sacramento and we'll build youth hostels with it. You know, we'll get enough together to build youth hostels.
Yeah.
Anyway,
so, yeah.
So, in terms of other comments to council, I get the feeling that none of the commissioners are very invested in the upstairs deck. We kind of feel like this is something that's likely to be little used by the public, and I mean, it's hard enough to get them to go from the sidewalk over to the Harbor Walk side, you know, let alone up a flight of stairs. So that we don't feel strongly that any sort of constraint should be placed on that upstairs viewing deck.
Yeah, unless the access is completely rearranged and completely rethought out. There's, you know, to a format more like, you know, the Waterfront Square, or what's
Marina Square.
Marina Square, where you have wide walkways, wide stairways going up there. Nobody's ever going to find the stairway.
No. But the reality is, even in Marina Square, people don't go up there to look. Yeah. They go up there to go to the restaurant. They go up there to go to the gallery. They go, you know.
Well, go back to 2001. Like I said, you turn this building around. You flip the building. That's an upper deck beer garden that's overlooking Centennial Plaza, and you've got it made. Now it's overlooking dumpsters. There's nothing really to see. Boat parade night. I bet it's great up there. But you know, short of that, it's nice in terms of the people across on the bluff have a better view across it with less encumbrances. But I don't think we should burden the project with conditioning anything additional on that beyond what's there.
Yeah. And go ahead.
How about the eelgrass issue? Are we going to bring that up, or is it?
I think that may be something for the next item, the eelgrass issue. I think that could be on our next year's planning. What about Michael's comments on the west elevation and needing a more unified treatment for the windows?
I agree wholeheartedly.
I would include moving the roof.
That's and. Okay, that's the next.
Yeah, I would actually say that rather than the trellis work, I think the awnings work better because you have less, you know, around that corner you have less obstruction. So awnings with corbels, I think, are a better solution than the trellis design. But unifying them to a more consistent look, I think, is critical across there.
And then that was the next thing I was going to bring up was the lateral access. I hear fairly good number of people saying that should not have a roof, that it should be open.
Well, the first question is, if you're going to add 2 feet and the columns don't move, the columns are 2 feet out from the edge, and so you don't really have 10 feet. And so you're not going to move the columns out to the new edge because that's way too expensive. I would say the simple thing is to cut off the roof, make it a grander space. It is going to have an impact on the thermal performance of those windows facing west when the sun comes down and cuts around the west, but, you know.
But again, that should be the concern of the restaurant operator, perhaps not us. They have that problem.
Microphone.
That might best be the concern of the restaurant operator and not us, because I know they have that same problem at the that restaurant further south by the park.
Every west-facing window is going to have it to some extent.
Yeah.
And if you really wanted to solve that, you use exterior shades, because even a 6-foot overhang you're going to get that final dip down, and it's going to be right in your eyes. So
the conditions that the Planning Commission added last time did that, although I probably would alter that condition 18 slightly and not have it and/or.
Doesn't, yeah, condition number 3 doesn't really speak to whether it should have a roof or not.
Condition 18,
18?
planning condition from 1/5/2016.
Ah,
Page 8 of the resolution.
yeah, so it says windscreen and or roof. So I guess we're saying now it should be and
Yeah.
rather than
Yeah.
and or.
Yeah.
And I guess then the other, the other condition that's sort of naughty is the idea of correcting with a K, not with an N. That is the idea of connecting to the site to the south, the lateral access way.
Yeah, so like, I mean, a little bit maybe to add there. So, I mean, it's not like they can build something that connects over to it right now because we don't know what that's going to be. So we want to adjust the one condition that we have in there that's already been added to it to what? I mean, maybe that's where we need to focus. Like, where do you want it to go to pick up future something? I mean, is it simply enough to that the leaseholder would allow the adjacent property owner to construct the improvements and encroach onto their lease site to do it? Would it be that they somehow participate? That would have to be worked out in their lease agreement.
I think it's their responsibility to plan to have the connectivity to the future site. So whether they do that now or whether they do that when the use changes on the next site, but it needs to be ironclad that from that 10-foot walkway, there's a 10-foot walkway all the way to the next site, not a 3-foot ramp that goes through three hairpins.
Yeah.
So
the access to the adjacent site can be in a number of different ways, and we don't know what that's going to be because that lease site's not up until 2030,
okay.
Or 32 actually, I think.
Well, as soon as the use changes from slop and fish to, selling T-shirts over there, then that should trigger a clause that they have to connect to that next.
It's not going to happen until the lease is up, or until someone wants to come forward and redevelop that site. I mean,
Right.
Those are the only triggers.
Right.
So where I'm trying to go is, we would have to craft. We have the condition here that talks about providing the access. There was added last time, but you probably want to add something in there that says one of two things, I think. One, that the applicants will allow whatever that solution is, because when that thing redevelops, we would require it to connect, and then they would allow that. And or you're suggesting that they somehow participate, we would have to negotiate that into their lease. And I'm not exactly sure what that would look like because we haven't done that in the past. And so I haven't had a conversation about that specifically with our harbor director, but certainly would do that before this went forward to council so I could have an answer for that. Yep. So if you gave that direction, that's what I would go do.
Yeah. Personally, I would want them to take care of to their property line, to be responsible for that, and to work in conjunction with the neighboring property that they have that connectivity.
Well, I think that's the key factor. I think what we want is a requirement that they will in the future cooperate with and facilitate connections to or extension of a continuous lateral access way through the property to the south.
And to be financially responsible for their section to the property line. Within their site. Yes. Because what we've been doing is we've been pushing access. We've had each one of these clients each one of these leaseholders come forward and say, it's not my problem. The other guy's going to have to do it. And then they're saying, well, it's not their problem because the city's going to have to do it. And I think you need to be to your property line. That's your responsibility. That's the condition, that should be the condition of having the opportunity to operate this business there. That's part of the public benefit that the city should be getting from the leaseholder. So that's my position, and I think it's consistent with each property owner.
But I can imagine a scenario where the property to the south has plans to build its lateral access, but for some reason they're at different heights or different locations when they supposedly meet at the property line. And so property to the south is going to say, well, I've got my plan, so you to the north have got to accommodate it. And alternatively, the property to the north, our applicant is going to say, no, you have to change your plan to accommodate mine. Maybe the fairest thing would be both applicants should come before us sometime in the future.
Well, that improvement has to come before this body.
Yeah.
It can't just happen.
No, I mean, come before us for us to, in some fashion, allocate the relative financial responsibilities of joining in the middle.
We need to get into lease requirements here. That's not your job.
No, and I'm not sure.
But this is here with us now. This is the only shot we've got at
So
this
that's why I'm
one.
saying we put the condition in there to accommodate exactly what you're all saying. I'm fine with that. I can make that happen, and probably we can get as close as we can to the language that you want now, and then I'll go work that out a little bit, what that would look like moving forward with the harbor director to make sure it makes sense and that he can implement that, because it's going to have to be baked into whatever future lease agreements that Mr. Redican enters into to do these things. So, I mean, there's a little bit of there's moving parts here that I don't have answers to exactly right now. But if you give that direction and you're all nodding your head, that's what you want to do, then we'll, to the best of our ability, draft conditioning that makes that happen. If I knew a little bit better about what that specifically would be or whether there's any pitfalls, I don't at this point. So I kind of have to take direction and then come back.
Here's what I think is going to happen. We're going to have an eelgrass solution by then. So we're going to be building farther out into the water. People are going to build that waterfront side as low as they can to keep the ramps to the docks as low as they can, as short as they can. And you're going to see this cascade of here's the public thing, here's the private thing that's up above it, so you see over top of everybody that's on the public one, and you're going to have these multi-layer things. So I think they're actually going to end up going down to get to the next site. But that's just a prophecy, and we don't know. But I do know, what I completely agree with Commissioner Lohr about is we've got gaps on the north end of the walkway where you have to go through parking lots. So we have this concept about being along the waterfront, and we totally blew it for major leaseholders on the north part of the Embarcadero. And we can't do that on the south part. It's got to make sense. We've got to be able to have the generous walkway, especially when we're pivoting around the Centennial Stair effluent coming down into this new passage. Whether it's done now or later, I don't think it's critical, except there should be an obligation to make it work. Otherwise, we failed the future 15, 20 years from now when these pieces are in place. We can't have that gap like we have now. But I'm willing to live with not imposing a massive amount of construction. I think the 3-foot ramp's kind of dumb way to end it. But right now there's not much to go to. So it's not like we're going to have a bunch of people strolling through there. But at some point we may. And that's going to be a pinch point. And it's going to be obvious to the volume of traffic going through there. But for now, I think what they have, okay, as long as we put the condition in to perform at another time.
Yeah, I'm a little bit uncomfortable with being so specific as far as financial obligation. I mean,
I'm sorry. If we're not specific, it's not going to happen. We've seen this time and time again. That's where, I'm sorry, it's just, I'm extremely skeptical.
yeah, I mean, But on the other hand, here we have an applicant who has gone beyond on the other side. You know, in other words, they're making improvements on city property. Well, yeah. It's okay. I can live with it, you know. So,
I think I have general direction enough to get there, and then I'll work out with the harbor director and probably the city attorney about what that should look like, and given the direction,
Yeah.
we'll go from there. And then the applicant, you know, I mean, they get to go to council, and they don't like it, they can argue against that. I mean, that's part of the process. So, I mean, at least we can get what the planning commission's direction and desire is, and I can get that down as good as I can get it. And so, happy to do that.
we're talking about small amounts. Anything else? Anything we haven't covered?
You know, once again on the parking, you know, whether we address it here or in the future, we do need EV charging stations somewhere, and then, you know, because people are going to be driving up here at least for, you know, even for lunch, and they'll want to plug in so while they're having lunch or having dinner or something. So it's a good commercial decision for somebody.
We've got to get that into the zoning ordinance, basically.
Wasn't it part of our climate action plan somewhere in there? There probably was something stuck in there that had vehicle charging stations or anticipating them.
Yes.
That needs actionable items somewhere.
Yeah. And since the cap was adopted, the city has put in, I think, 2 EV charging stations.
And there's one private one. With 3.
Yeah. So we look pretty good compared to other cities. I attend the stakeholder group with the other cities in the APCD on cap implementation. But yes, there is a long way to go.
So then, if there's nothing else, I see that I'm going to open public comment again for the applicant to.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Hopefully I can help with the comments I'm going to make now. The 10-foot extension that we are proposing, that we had planned to be a level area that terminates at this hairpin ramp.
We don't need to do that. We'll make it the ramp. We'll take that 10-foot section and we will slope it up. I think we've got about 18 inches to work at a maximum of 8%. I think we've got the room. That ramp then is going to take us right up to the level of the plaza. We get rid of the 3-foot little ramp entirely. Solves all the problems, cleans everything up, makes it look good.
Does.
We are willing to abandon the roof and the columns. I think that is a fight that we would probably be losing at Coastal Commission in any case. I totally agree with the commissioner who made the comment about consistency in that particular elevation with the eaves. Frankly, my office has been joking, referring to it as the Baskin-Robbins elevation of architecture, 31 flavors. So you're not going to find any complaint from us there. So pretty much, I think we're all wrapped up. I'm still a bit confused on what it is that you want us to do to the south. I assure you, we will be happy to whatever paving, whatever signage, whatever guarantee of a full 10-foot, perpetually unobstructed and available for public access right to the property line. We'll guarantee it, maintain it. Absolutely. The idea that someday that project to the south, that's going to change. And when it does, we'll make every accommodation on our side to allow that access then to continue. And we won't do anything to block it off or anything else. I think that'll straighten all the items up. As far as the parking, Doug spent $80,000, cash dollars, real money, that he wrote a check to the city for his assurance of parking for this project. I'm very sympathetic with what the commissioners are talking about of how and why to do it. I think if, Scott, you don't mind, we're coming up with this idea of show us where the parking is going to be and how it's going to work, because the city council's pretty much told staff to do that. When we get to the idea of some concern about whether there should be hotels on the Embarcadero, I want to remind the commission that in the lease agreements, the RFPs for both the Libertine and Off the Hook that were promoted by your city council, that RFP specifically said, we want hotel rooms on the Embarcadero. We are doing in front of you what your city council is telling us as applicants to do. So there you have it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, it sounds like we're quite a ways towards, satisfying all these things, and however, the one place that I think we're still apart is the parking issue, and I still feel that this is a separate matter between the applicant and the city. If
I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
I don't. You guys have pretty. You seem to mostly agree. So I think conveying that to the council and striking the condition on here as a recommendation from the planning commission's fine. I don't have a problem with that.
Commissioner Taft, how about the loading zone?
we didn't really talk. Yeah, we didn't.
Yeah, they were talking about like a 1 or 2 spaces.
Right.
What do you? Well,
What's the feeling on that?
I think your idea of having actually the passenger loading zone at the end of the street is probably best, but that doesn't accommodate, because that's where they're going to have their office. So, I think, having it out on the street out here and then trying to find the office is going to, I think that's counterproductive. But also, it's kind of it almost should be restricted to check-in times too, so I don't know how you handle that.
how would you enforce something like that too? Yeah.
It's code enforcement. We don't enforce the traffic down there anyways.
Over time, it becomes easier if we do go to a paid parking situation, because then it becomes easier over time, because we'll probably, if we do implement a paid parking solution, it seems most likely that it would be, to start with, would be down there. And so we would have parking enforcement folks. And so it can be enforced eventually if we go down that road. I mean, sort of crystal balling it a little bit, but the council's asked us to go look at that. And so it seems like that's probably something that we may go to, at least to test it out, if nothing else.
Yeah, essentially they wouldn't need a passenger loading zone from factory.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Consistent.
They wouldn't need a passenger loading zone between the times when they're not accepting or discharging patrons. So from 10 to 2, they don't need that space, but that space could be used for parking for the restaurants, which is our busiest time down there, is the lunch hour. So it could be signed such as that, and this is just throwing that out there.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. It's interesting, the loading zone, the passenger loading zone at the hotel that's further down the street, and I'm sorry I'm blocking on the name of it now, the one that next to Associated Divers, next to Anger Park, not Anger Park.
Estero Inn?
Estero Inn, yeah. Interesting enough, their loading zone stays pretty clear. They may be going out there and chasing people away. I don't know, but I notice people don't seem to respect that. The only thing with the location, probably the smartest thing for us to do would be to recommend 1 or 2, whatever you guys think, loading spaces adjacent to the office, because we don't really know where they're going to put the office at this point.
I would vote for 1.
1? Okay. I think
If we're looking for freight loading, then, we should designate that as freight loading rather than passenger loading. If we're looking for a larger space for truck offloading, which is needed down there, I think that should be designated as such, rather than a passenger loading zone.
Yeah, can it be both? Can you combine them? Can you combine the two?
I mean, you could have it. I just don't know that the truck folks would pay attention to it much unless you slapped them around and made them pay attention to it. I mean, even if we cleared all the parking off of the west side of the Embarcadero tomorrow and said it's all truck loading and unloading zones, we'd have to make them use it because they wouldn't, I think, naturally go there. I think we'd have to tell them that, okay, you need to actually go in there and use these spaces for you, because that's what the adopted Embarcadero sidewalk widening plan does. It gets rid of all the parking on that side. It makes it unloading for cars for these types of situations, project before you this evening, and for trucks. So
yeah,
it does that.
Of course, parking on the street end that's a temporary situation because.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I mean, so if you put it there, if that's the desire to put it on that side, then it would be something that we would have to move later.
Right.
Around, because regardless, I think at some point they're still going to need it. But if so we'd have to move it around to the Embarcadero side later. But if you want to have one space closest to the office, that's fine. That's a good. I mean, that's easy enough to make happen. Is that fine? Yeah.
Anything that we haven't covered?
Chair Teft, can I get some clarification? Earlier in the meeting, I wanted to see if there was commission consensus on planning condition 11 on the 30% view corridor. You had suggested in between the words table, umbrellas, or hostess stands that it be revised to say table, umbrellas, comma, landscaping, hostess stands, or other objects not to exceed 30 inches. They're covering toddlers. But just request some consensus from the commission on that.
Is there an objection to that wording?
I'm never down there during the day. I don't have a good sense of how much of a sun problem there is. I mean, the only thing about letting go of the umbrellas and then even awnings off the side of the retail is you take away the shade capacity. So if you want people to dwell, there's no shade for them to be in, unless it's the height of the building next door is maybe in the wintertime. Maybe it's producing some shade, but my guess is it's in the sun, which is why the umbrellas are there in the picture.
But the issue is it's a direct violation of the waterfront master plan to have any object over 30 inches in the view corridor.
We'll just hand out hats then in the future.
Pardon?
We'll just hand out hats in the future.
Yeah, maybe if maybe we can eventually attract a dermatologist tomorrow. So can we go with that wording? We're good with that? Yeah. So if there are no other conditions, then I think that's our recommendation to the council. You can put it into cleaner language than
that's good.
What we've got here.
That was good work. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, we're at 10:30. I guess we need a motion to continue past 10 o'clock, right?
So you, if you want, you can, the last item also on the agenda, if you'd like, we can push that onto the next agenda if you'd like. Gives you a little bit of time to look at it. There was 75 things on there, out of our list. So I asked you to look at other things you might want, and we could bring back the work program at the next meeting if you'd like. So you don't need to,
I'll move to continue that item.
That's good.
I'll second that.
We got a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion?
Move it.
In that case, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So motion passes.
I'm sorry, we do need to,
You didn't adopt your resolution for Agenda B3, so we need to conclude that item.
yeah, it would be to adopt the resolution with the direction provided.
And if you are so inclined to delete Planning Condition 14
Yeah.
regarding parking. So I know everyone's tired, but we want to finish B3 before we go to
Sure.
C1.
Oh, no, absolutely.
Sorry.
I move we move recommendations to council per our discussion and include recommendation to delete item 14.
And delete item 14 and modify condition
11.
11 as discussed.
Yes.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second to adopt resolution 11-17. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, can we have a roll call then?
Commissioner Lucas.
Aye.
Commissioner Sadowski.
Aye.
Commissioner Luer.
Yes.
Commissioner Ingraffia.
Yes.
Chairperson Teft.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
Okay. So then do we have to remove to adopt item?
I think you got all the way through it.
I think we did.
So I think
we
we're
did.
okay.
We voted.
We just went back, so we're okay.
Yeah.
I think we're good. Yeah.
Okay. Moving on to unfinished business, moving on to, new business, we have continued to the next meeting is unfinished business, we have none. Planning Commissioner comments.
I just want to be really clear. There was a lot of calendaring kind of coming across. I actually had next week as a joint meeting at one point. It is. It still is.
Yeah, so
The 28th.
on the 28th at 3:30, you have a joint meeting with the City Council to review land use options. The staff report will be coming out tomorrow, I think. We go over to land use alternatives for the general plan LCP update.
And then the final thing was, we aren't meeting the 25th, Dr. Teft is.
And they're still trying to decide about that.
Okay.
So you were tracking it all correctly, and
Okay.
so they're still working through that.
Okay.
Could I request that you make me, you email me this time on the meeting? Thanks.
Okay. Then moving on to item number F, Community Development Director comments.
I don't have any beyond the joint meeting that I was going to remind you about.
Very good. In that case, we will adjourn to our next regular meeting here at the Veterans Memorial Building, April 4th, 6 p.m. Thank you.